Welcome, everybody, to the EU VRML Ignition Cup Day 1 Swiss Bracket. My name is Nightfire with two E's. I'm here with my co-casters Finto and Palador. Finto, I'll start with you. It's the EU's... Oh, it's huge. How are we feeling today?
Oh, I am honestly so excited. We already saw some of these teams in that first cup a month ago. And there were some great matches there. Brilliant Day 1, great, semifinals, finals. And I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these teams come into the second tournament. Even more teams, even more people, even more great matches.
Even more teams, indeed. Palador, the hype around Orion Drift is very real right now. I mean, how are you feeling getting ready for EU today?
Great. We got done with Day 1 for OC earlier on. There was some great matches there. I expect much the same out of EU here. I mean, we're seeing first the Pioneer Cup at the end of May. We had great participation there, great numbers, and we're seeing those numbers just continue to grow across our regions now for this second Ignition Cup. Now, Pioneer is about getting it started, and then Ignition's about lighting that fire. We're going.
And then once the fire is lit, you're reborn into a Phoenix at the Phoenix Invitational later
Pally with the
this
assists.
year. We love to see it. And that info you can find right here. As we do love the graphics coming in from our team, the Phoenix Invitational with a $5,000 cash prize pool that'll end at VRML Con 2023. That Invitational, if you qualify through it, gets you an entry into VRML Con. It's our biggest in-person event that we're going to be hosting yet. It's at the Arizona State University Media Experience Immersive Center, which is an awesome space with a great theater venue and a really sick room that we've got with all sorts of cool plans for our double stage setup. Again, qualifiers are online June 27th to the 29th, and you can enter into those right now. If you go to if you buy a ticket for VRMLCon, you can enter into all 5 of the online qualifiers for a total of $20,000 in cash being distributed across multiple tournaments from Friday to Sunday, June 27th to 29th at Arizona at the Media Experience Immersive Center. It's an awesome event that we've planned for a long time now, and we're really happy to be able to announce it and talk about it. And if you're in North America, obviously, we recommend you check it out. But for EU folks, we understand if it's hard for you to get out there. Maybe one day we'll be over and we'll do a VRMLCon EU. I don't know. Okay, no guarantees, no promises. Don't hold me to that. But we are now just waiting for teams to get ready to jump into their lobbies, and we are going to start with Party Poopers and Momentum. But I mean, Finto, today is really kind of up for grabs, right? I mean, there is, somewhere around 50, 60 teams participating in this tournament right now?
Yeah, it's big numbers, and we saw really close games last time. We've seen these teams, as they develop. It's early days. This is the second tournament that we've run yet, and even in the last one, games were incredibly close. Even those finals, those last 2 teams, that was Cold and Ivy, faced off there, Ivy taking the victory. That was an exciting game, and so were all the ones that came before it. Early days, teams have this chance to find their place in the comp scene, to show themselves, show their skill, and that's really exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Palador, when we were watching NA, they had that 2-week break because we broke our tools because we had so many teams. But between that 2 weeks, I feel like we saw improvement in teams. Now EU's had a month. I mean, I'm curious, how are we going to see some new plays maybe this afternoon from some of these top teams?
Yeah, I would expect that to maybe be the case. Especially in the early days of a newer game like this, competitively, you tend to see a lot of development fast, and we're seeing that. I know on the OCE side, just yesterday, they also have had about a month now to practice and learn. Right. And I did notice, at least in OCE, there was a lot more stacking going on, even just kind of basic stacking, but just to get themselves into positions for passes, things like that. I noticed a lot more of the mobility on that end than I was used to from last time. Saw a lot more carving in general, like ceiling carving and whatnot. Mobility was better, and in general, and the positioning in general was very, very good. Seeing the defenses clamp up a lot more, so I would expect the same kind of trends for EU here. Who going back, to echo a lot of those teams before, EU among all our regions tended to be the fastest region in terms of the stacks. So I don't know if that translates to OD or not, but we're going to see here soon.
Yeah, it is about to get underway. We've got, 4 servers filled with games. What's 8 times 4? Do the quick math. Somebody
32.
help. 32 matches played out. That means 64 teams participating in this tournament right now for the EU side. I think it's probably one of the biggest EU tournaments we've had in a long time. Like, this is a really big showing, I feel like, from the EU side, Finto. I mean, how do you feel seeing so many people come out for Orion Drift?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. Having been, in the EU scene for some other games in the past, coming into this, you see a little bit of potential, you see a bit of talks at the start about comp, and then you come to something like this and see so many teams show up, and it makes you feel so confident for, I mean, not just the EU scene, but the competitive scene for VR in general. This is just a brilliant turnout for only the second tournament yet. In an open early access game as well. It's ridiculous.
It is, and we are giving the ready up to the squads. You guys can start when ready. We are excited for this series as we do have teams in the lobby. It's, again, Party Poopers versus Momentum for our very first best of 5 of the afternoon. Last time it was best of 3s, but here we go. Round 1 is about to kick off. We are in the arena. Party Poopers on the orange side, Momentum on the black, and into round 1 we go.
All right, so will be first possession here, seeing what they can work with. A sentry over to the sideline there. A sentry now over to Ray. And on this play now, it will be a turnover here. AVP going on the approach again. And this is a best of 5 here, 5-minute rounds night. And again, when one team who goes on any kind of run, as often in this kind of scenario, a team who could win. So every score really matters here. And getting off to a good start in the tournament also really matters.
Yeah, and for those that are maybe wondering about the color change, all of that, red team is on the black side right now, and blue team just scored, so Party Poopers actually putting up a point on the board, Finto.
Yeah, there we go, and taking a bit of time to chip away at that goal, but eventually Ray Dead passed 3 different defenders there to find a goal all on his own. Great stuff from Party Poopers.
An early intercept here, Pally puts the ball over into the corner, but AVP 76 scooting over, trying to scoop it up from Mr. Waddles, who swats it away down to Rayded. A nice little intercept here, AVP brawling for ball control over on the side, and in the midfield, eventually, Rayded scoops it up, gets the momentum working in their favor forward, but still is just trying to get the pass out, can't get it up to Sentry, bounces off the geometry there in the midfield, and Purple going in for the scoop up, the intercept, pushing forward for the 1v1, the open goal shot, and it's it!
There we go, and that's Momentum turning things around pretty quickly there. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock, and we are 1-1, a close game to kick things off.
Play kicks off.
Very nice back and forth action here to start things as Sentry trying to get the handles back on the ball there. Hort, though, will instead take it over and have some space to work with as he goes skyways. Sentry now from the toes trying to force a pass. Some tight spaces here and tight passing plays as Purple now will take it over, but has it stolen by Sentry back the other way.
Really nice scoop up, good wall carve there, but the intercept on the bottom line and the open goal shot coming in from Purple snagging it on the bottom field there.
It seems like no one could hold on to the ball for much time in that round, but eventually just leaving that goal open. Quick chance for a quick tap and a quick goal. Momentum 2-1.
All right, well, from
there to Waddles. And the bed, Rayded scooping it up, passing it up to again, trying to get it over to Sentry, but the geometry knocking it away as Wexo and Hort battle over into the corner, and Mr. Waddles, the nice wall carve, the open goal shot, the long range shot, it goes in. What a play, Finto.
Yeah, evening things back up again. That's half-time. We've already had 4 goals on the board here, and it is 2-2. This is an exciting game.
Ball resumes.
You know, we talked about it at the beginning, too. Sometimes you don't know what to expect in these first matches of the day with so many teams. But right now we're seeing some hot offense. There's another shot going in. These teams, they're fully warmed up, at least on the offensive side. A lot of open goals, but they are accurate right now.
Balls in motion.
Going to work their way up through the side field. A good little push out on the opening. Some good momentum they had gotten there as 0738 tries to scoop it up in the corner. A good tackle to keep their momentum as they swat it away over into the hands of Wexo, who keeps the aggression forward for their team. And the pass over doesn't quite connect. AVP now in the sewers, brawling for ball control as Sentry scoops it up and is going to try and work their way around this defense, but can't. Wexo intercepts it, tries to knock it forward for a shot on goal, but it goes a little wide to Rayded.
And about a minute and a half remaining here. 1 point advantage to the Party Poopers, who we did see plenty on the streams last time around as well on the Pioneer Cup. But opening things up now as Purple with the takeaway, trying to make a tap pass over to AVP very nicely, who gets a little separation over Sentry. AVP coming from the Halo, a pass over to Wexo, and let's go! No, it's a denial, Mr. Waddles, but not the second time around, and will be a goal after all.
Yeah, and that was an impressive mechanical play from those teams there. A great ceiling carve, some great passes off. Took a couple tries on the rebound, but good positioning finds that goal in the end.
Little ceiling pass over to the side here. Wexo trying to scoop it up. Raydad instead, the nice intercept keeps the momentum forward into the zone of momentum as they try and get out of this tie. 3-3 as 0738 flies over to the corner. On the pursuit here. A nice cross pass to Raydad. Here comes a shot on goal. No, cross back down to 0738. Back out to the midfield for the clear. Sentry looking for the slap down and through the defense. No, just to the bottom corner. It goes wide and Hort tries to clear it out.
I love the patience we saw in some of those plays there offensively. Did not buy them the goal, but still the right ideas as Rated will take it over. Time now winding down, so potential overtime here as these teams now fan out the floor and are just trying to get in good position, not concede any more open goals now. We've seen a few of them, but now's not the time to give one up as that ball goes high, goes low, and maybe into the goal.
And with 5 seconds on the clock, that is the goal that Momentum is going to be needing to lock in that first round. Most likely, unless Party Poopers can do something here.
Yeah, it's a good pass over to the middle here, up into the air, across the Rated. Oh, they had the opportunity, but it gets knocked to the ground, and Momentum take the first round win. We're off to the races here in this best of 5, Palador. And so far, so good from my perspective. A nice little back and forth with only a 1-point lead at the end of the day.
Yeah, exciting way to start off. Heck of a way to start off there. Back and forth, near overtime as well. And then the last second goals for the victory. Gotta love it. I see chat loves it too. 80-plus people in there and hopping in the chat. Momentum looking pretty good, says Team Trinity. I agree. Great stuff from them. And yeah, a lot of matches going on now. I'm glad we picked this one, Knight.
Yeah, and I have to correct myself. We apologize for having the teams on the wrong side. Momentum lost. Party Poopers won in that last one. Party Poopers includes Taiji 0738, Logan, and Mr. Waddles. And Momentum includes AVP, Hort, Goofy, and Imbunctious. So they're on opposite sides, if you're curious here. But we're getting ready for round 2 now as we're all sorted. Party Poopers with a map 1 lead. And we're round 1 lead, and into the action we go.
All right. Well, AVP now with first possession will tend to pass over. That's cut off rather easily there by Rated. Rated now going right above that table area underneath the nest. 1-on-1 on the goal, and it's exposed, but could not capitalize the first time, but the second time will be good.
Here we go, and that is a quick early goal. 20 seconds on the clock. It's clearly I've gotten the teams a bit mixed up, so I'm not entirely sure who scored that. Sorry.
Here we go.
Momentum, it looks like there is trying to gain some. Right now it's Purple and Logan trying to contest each other. Rated will come away with the ball, however. Has Wexo on the approach on defense here. One-handed fling pass over to Sentry, and Sentry now will dribble it up towards that ceiling, carve around, look for some space before handing it off to Waddles. But nice cutoff, a steal. That's going to buy themselves an open goal. Purple.
Goal!
And we're seeing high-scoring games here, quick turnarounds, quick goals. I'm really close as well. That last one, 4-3 already, 1 minute on the clock. We are 1-1, tied up again like we were for most of the last game.
I'm just trying to make sure I have the teams right, so do give me a moment to search rosters.
No problem. And bear with us on that, folks. It's early access and all that, but we do have ourselves maybe an open access goal here that's not covered off. Sentry almost got capitalized on it, but the defense was able to slap that ball away just on the wind-up for the shot. Nonetheless, a good pass to Sentry. Sentry having a denial there, rather, by Imbunctious. Looking rambunctious in the goal. Rated now has another opportunity to dive in, and the third time, not the charm. Disarmed by Purple again. Defense getting heavily in the way. But finally it will squeeze by the defender after so many good saves.
And you're just seeing beautiful...
Right.
Okay, we just seen beautiful teamwork there from that team on the blue side. Great passes off, great rebounds, great positioning, eventually finding that goal.
Yes, indeed, as we do get into Round number 2, the toss up to the midfield here is Ambitious tries to get the move forward, tries to push up into the zone of Party Poopers, but can't quite get things set up here. Down into the midfield we go, and an open goal shot again. These open goal shots maybe going to be the crux of Momentum if they want to start to be able to get back in time on defense.
And it feels like some moments there's brilliant defending, great goalie work, and others they just leave it wide open, like you're saying.
Yeah, now with that, now Sentry will take the ball over, trying to send it over to Logan, but Wexo reads that one rather well. Wexo being contested by Rated, trying to dribble around and carve, but unsuccessfully so as Sentry now dribbles up to the ceiling. A few carves there, trying to avoid Wexo going under, and on 2 defenders, doesn't matter. Will carve up himself a goal.
And now it feels like Party Poopers are running away with it, so I think I'm right in saying Momentum took that last game. Party Poopers now seem to be taking this one quite dominantly. Still 2 minutes left to go.
Oh yes, our apologies on the scoreboard there. We'll fix fix that if we can. But yes, Party Poopers, and well, that's another Party Pooping goal. Right onto an empty one. We've seen a couple.
Was it
Just
Party
feels
Poopers
like-
that took the first round? The first round?
I think it was Momentum. Yeah.
Was that before we switched? Okay.
No, we're right. Everything's accurate now on the scoreboard. We're all good. Momentum
Okay.
has a round. They're on the black team, or the black side, and Party Poopers are on the orange side.
Okay,
Orange
well,
blue.
anyway.
This is confusing.
Orange, blue, and
Nonetheless.
red, and orange, and black, and there's colors.
And nonetheless, it
This
feels like
stream-
Party Poopers are running away with this game, and that's finding another one with a 5-point lead now. 1 minute left on the clock. It feels like Party Poopers are going to even up the round scoreline here with
They're
Momentum.
not wasting any time.
Yeah, I think with a minute left, Palador, things are looking a little gruesome here for Momentum. And sometimes this happens, right? You keep things real close. Sometimes we go 3 minutes scoreless, and then suddenly a team cracks open the seal of goals, and it just feels like Party Poopers have really just kind of run away with Momentum. But there's a good passing sequence for AVP. A shot on goal gets denied.
Yeah, and a lot of those goals coming off of open ones, exposed ones, so a little overextended occasionally on the defense there, as they will extend themselves for a nice goal, though. Defense popping out and allowed just that little window to squeeze one by.
And look, it is one goal, and it probably won't be the sign of them changing around this round, but it is a good sign for Momentum and what they can carry forward going into the next.
Nice clear out here to the midfield. Sentry going to scoop it up. Tries to work their way around for a bit of momentum. And look at how quickly they're getting that speed going for the pass up to Raydad, the cross up to the midfield down to Logan. They're going to try and hit it behind them with a back slap back over to Raydad, and you're seeing some intricate pass work that then gets fumbled. Purple scoops it up and over onto the side. Sentry going to keep things alive and eventually spike to the ground for Party Poopers. And we are trading rounds back and forth here in our first best of 5. I couldn't be happier, Finto. We are we're sorted. The teams are on the right side. Everything's organized, and so far, you know, I wonder what happened to Momentum on their offense, because it felt like Party Poopers were in control.
Yeah, and in all honesty, even that first round surprised me, but Party Poopers were a team that came into today having reached the second day of the last tournament. They were a top 8 team last tournament, so, you know, maybe coming in here with a bit of confidence, maybe a bit too much into that first round. Into the second, Momentum letting up on the defense, so many open goals, and you know, it feels like Party Poopers took that one quite dominantly compared to the close loss of the first.
That's how you also know when momentum has shifted, and you can kind of see just, you know, the more of those open goals start going in, you can kind of tell maybe teams getting a little bit frazzled here and there, and it happens, of course, in these tournaments. Scrims are one thing, but once you're on in a tourney, once you're on stream for that matter, you know, the nerves can get to you, but that's okay because it's a new 5 minutes and we're ready and set to go. We already know what momentum can do. We saw it earlier on. Let's see if they can get off to a good start this time around in round 3.
Bit of passing here up in the midfield, but an intercept from Logan. They're going to push out down through the sewers. Look at how fast Momentum's getting back this time, and that's the defense they needed right there. A good swat away to stop the Party Poopers from getting any speed and early goals scoring here. So they have their hope and lifeline alive yet, but for now it's a bit of a brawl in the midfield, Palador, for ball control, and nobody really taken away with it yet.
Logan will come away with it eventually, but yeah, a bit of a scramble for that ball. AVP trying to be an MVP and score there, but unable to do so as Logan did see him coming. Purple, though, will dive and could not deliver a goal as Waddles will be there to get in the way. Near interception by Ambunctious in the midfield, but instead it'll go deeper to his teammates and Hort and co. Sentry trying to bother them in the midfield, but Hort does create some space, being assaulted now by Rated. Gets a great pass over to AVP. Another one to Purple, some well-connected pass work, but does not work for a goal. Denied there by Waddles. The ball will remain on this side for a moment, but not too long, it looks like, as a deep fling goes the opposite way.
Uh-oh. Another open goal shot? No, swatted away this time. Not allowing those ones to connect early, at least. And I like to see the extra aggression coming in from Momentum. They are playing a little bit more like the round 1 Momentum we saw, where they kept things very close. It was 3-3 until the final seconds, and then they scored that 4th point to get that first round. And so definitely keeping things much tighter here. Party Pooper's not allowed to get too much of a momentum yet, but we'll see. Once that first goal is scored, we're going to kind of open up the floodgates, if you will, for points to be locked in here in round number 3.
And Mr. Waddle's now over to that bridge. Rated, who's crowded a little bit. We'll send it right back to Longshot. Everybody here on the team touching the ball at this point. Over to Sentry, and there you go. All 4 players touching the ball, and it will result in a goal. That's usually how it works, right? Teamwork makes the dream work. It's animated.
And in moments like that, Orion Drift is only as fast as the fastest player in that game, and their Party Poopers were the speed setters with great quick passes, great teamwork, finding a brilliant goal there.
Nice swat away up into the midfield there. That was going to be a push right out the gate again from Momentum to look for the answer back. And now Hort's just going to take the challenge for the one-on-one.
Yeah, with a halftime, 2 minutes 30, it seems that goal seal has been opened, evening things back up. Scoreline's even, and Momentum back in the game.
Yeah, beautiful work, and see, it's exactly what you said, Knight. Sometimes you just need that first one go through, and then suddenly you can relax the shoulders a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit, as the gameplay now continues.
Oh, Purple's nice little ceiling carve there. Hort gonna work their way around the edge. A nice crossover to AVP, and now the open goal as it dribbles close. Sentry's gonna cross across the goal. That was a dangerous maneuver there, but they do manage to clear it out. Purple, for a moment, intercepts, and the ball bounces over into Sentry's hands, who now looks for a nice open goal shot, but Hort should be home to deny that.
Yeah, and has a little bit of a juggling move there to trick out Logan, but Logan's not worried about it. Goes back to the midfield and gets back on defense. Ambunctious dribbling up from that ceiling. Rated, though, the interception. 3 players, in fact, on defense converging. So now they'll translate that defense into some potential offense. And a bit of an ambitious goal, but it will be Ambunctious with a recovery on that attempted fling from midfield. Logan now taking the ball, but only for a moment has it swiped by AVP.
Oh, we missed the punador, if you will. If I do say so, the punador is in this afternoon, and we'd love to hear it.
Now and then, I still got some of that pun juice left. Not all of it, though. Get an older, Knight. The brain doesn't work the same way it used to.
Not as snappy, as they say.
Maybe.
Horton here trying to be snappy with a cross pass to AVP, and intercepted by Ray Dead, taken over into the corner, and a key defensive pick here, and we stay tied 1-1 with 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, both of these rounds so far were at threat of overtime going late, or at least the first round and this third round, that is to say. But right now it's definitely reaching that crunch time, that juncture where these teams have all that pressure on their shoulders now. So the last seconds here remaining, any score is going to be super important. Rated there, being tackled just a little bit, enough to dislodge the ball as it will go under that sewer now to AVP dribbling up the floor.
Tries to push it up to the zone of Party Poopers, who have been challenged all around, it feels like. And as Purple intercepts a little bit of floor, juking and brawling, and Raydead scoops it back up out of their hands for a clear out to the midfield. A pass down to Logan Shots. Raydead, Sentry, all pressing up to the goal. Hort gonna have to deny this one, and they slap it away. The defense is here at home, and they're fending off this brawl.
Wow, Horton, here's a who. This is an exciting match so far. Really, any goal now, whatever happens next, will be the deciding factor as Purple works it up the floor. Purple being tackled by Rated. Sentry now with the ball, working it up that floor, has the open goal. Will they nail it? Will they mail it? It's a little left, a little wide, and it'll be AVP picking it up all in a stride, sending it right back down the floor. An opportunity lost there.
Whew, that was a close one. These open goals, the bane of momentum, it feels like. At least it was for round 2. As, again, trying to work their way up for an offensive push. And, oh no, this one wasn't even a shot on goal. Are they going to get back in time? Oh, Purple saves it.
Oh my goodness, the panic there, but luckily they were able to speed up and catch that ball. The benefits of the movement here in Orion Drift. You know, you can rely on your own movement skills, your own speed to get back into the defensive end as Sentry now tries to work in some offense with a quick carve, but loses the ball just for a moment, so that might spoil the fun here for them as Hort now approaching and encroaching are the defenders on Hort, but a nice little juggle, a dribble, and a pass being sent waywards. Gets to Ambunctious, who's tackled, and now gets to Logan here on a turnover.
Intercepted and pushed forward very quickly. Sentry crossed it. Oh, a fumbled pass there as AVP and the entire defense scrambles to get ball control and push this ball out of their zone, but they can't. Mr. Waddles instead intercepts it off from the midfield, passes it to the center. Can't quite get anyone home to scoop that up, and now is going to push it away back over into the zone of Party Poopers, or maybe we're just going to linger in the midfield here, Pally. It's round 3 of a best of 5 that's tied 1-1, and we're into the overtime.
And that ball just bouncing above Hort there, but a fortunate bounce will go above the goal and allow him a time to overtake. But speaking of overtaken, there's Rated with a disabling tackle and able to take back the ball. So a huge tackle, now the pass. The pass unsuccessful on the shot, however, slapped to the mid lane, taken by Waddles. Waddles hands it off to Sentry, some beautiful communication and team play at play as Rated kills him!
There we go. Wow, what a game that was. What a finishing goal, and of course, well, we do see that breakaway goal for Party Poopers. I really do want to highlight that exceptional defense that they had throughout that game. Every time it felt like momentum was making their big goal, the one that was going to change the state of things for them. Party Poopers just came out of nowhere with a brilliantly read defensive play. You know, whether it's an interception, a tackle, it was just beautiful defense work from Party Poopers, and in the end, snatched them that second point.
Exciting stuff. We have the crowd of spectators above the arena looking in. We have the spectators on our YouTube chat there chiming in. We see Rexy and Charlie, Bacon, Bar King, everyone there with the woos and the yes and the just impressed by the overtime we just saw and the crazy finish. What a match night.
Yeah, hey, I'm pretty pleased here. 2-1 at the end of the day, a 1-1 overtime for round 3. Getting ready for our next round here as the ball is in the arena, and we are going to dive in to round number 4.
All right, well, here we go. So a crucial 4th round. You love to see it as first possession there being lost and going to Logan now on the approach. So hot off of that epic finish. We'll see what they can do, but actually nice overtake by AVP. AVP steals it, but loses it back to Rated. So teams now maybe trying to take a breather and settle down a little bit as they exchange possessions and just try to look for their first goals.
Trying to settle in a little bit more casually into these early minutes. They have been sweating for the last 15.
Yeah.
And it's not going to change in this one. But
it only gets worse as the hours go on.
Seriously. This is the beginning, and EU is going to be a long day. There is a lot of teams playing this afternoon on a lot of rounds that we're going to be working through today. It could go all the way to the start of NA. It could be 4, 5, 6 hours of Orion Drift this afternoon. And if we play like this, Palador, it's going to be, quite sweaty stuff.
Yeah, for both the players and the casters alike. Love to see it, though. Love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
But it will be Logan here now, working at the floor to Waddles. Waddles now weaving and bobbing. We're about a minute in, no scores yet, but I expect that may change here soon as the defense now overtakes. There's Purple, looking to get their team back on the board to AVP, but Rated is really bothersome in the midfield, putting on that pressure, not letting them escape. And so thought he had more space, but no, Rated just catching up with those quick moves, and now Logan having it stolen by Purple.
Really nice tackle on that midfield there that stops that play from becoming a little bit more dangerous than it needed to be. And so like to highlight the defensive plays when I can, on the replay, seeing there. And that was tackles are a big element in the top tier when you get into it. And Longshot here getting tackled and pushed up, going to end up working their way around this defense and somehow slaps it over the top head of Momentum.
And it felt like that ball was out of his fingers, away from him. That play was
Triple
gone, but out of
and
nowhere,
restarts.
quick slap, quick goal, party poopers. This is the last game they need to take this first match, and that's a great way to start. And maybe again, Mr. Waddles goes, oh, not quite. Not quite.
Wow, so the goalie's being overtaken. I think I agree with you, Finn. So I think the goalie also didn't expect it to go in. Had no momentum on that after the tackle, but still found the window of opportunity. Now Waddles will get it right back for their team, but being bothered there by Purple just a little bit, but goes vertical from the ceiling. Now on the approach to the logo, but Hort just takes it over nice and easy, grabs that basket, and now we'll wait it out. Wait for the team to spread the floor a little bit, open those passing lanes. Is what I like to see.
Nice bit of dribble work here over into the corner. And yeah, look at that momentum. The cross up to the top. Nobody's home. Oh, not in time. They tried to get there, but Purple couldn't quite make it as Sentry and Logan and everyone else working their way over onto the side, trying to get this set up. A nice cross pass over to Raydead, working their way up through the midfield. And go to the cross pass, but an intercept from Hort. An open goal shot, a dangerous opportunity. It's going to go a little bit wide. Is AVP going to be able to follow it up? They are. They're here, and they're tackled just in time.
Wow, just met them right there at the intersection, right before the goal. Beautiful job. That takes a high bounce. Logan will be there first to the ball. Rated not far behind. Purple as well. Purple dealing a lot of damage there with the tackles in the midfield as Sentry just flings it and secures it. Rated flying in from that middle and just read that trajectory of the ball beautifully.
You just gotta highlight here the positioning of the Party Poopers players, not just for the great passing plays, but for those rebounds, just when their teammate might not be so accurate with their shots, there's always someone else there to finish it off and find that goal.
Purple scoops it up, tries to get it to AVP. Long shot, Logan's shot somehow here. Intercepts, takes the shot to the side, and followed up by his teammate. And now the floodgates are open, Finto, as every little mistake can be capitalized on and lead to a goal, and it's in rapid succession.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of those moments where you get all excited about what could be a great play. Your full team runs up the board, and then suddenly there's no one there for defense. Great defense this time, but you know, 3 goals, 1 minute. It just seems difficult for Momentum to change this, to find that momentum and turn things around.
Touch on it a little bit there at the beginning of the first round on how, you know, with these 5-minute rounds, it is best of 5, but because of the 5-minute rounds, running clocks, those little scoring runs can really hurt you as well. They did need that goal, certainly. Only 30 seconds left, and not a lot of time, but a little time to get something on the board.
It looks like it could be time wasting here.
Action restarts.
Yeah, we've seen that strategy too for Momentum as Mr. Waddles gets speed swinging around. Then it comes for the rest of the team to push up alongside them for the cross passes. Raydead here swats it over to the midfield. Almost intercepted. Sentry going to find an opportunity to swat it down and keeps Party Poopers in a clean and comfortable lead. As Sir
nail
Dipont
in
said,
the coffin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's definitely it, Finto.
Yeah, a nail in the coffin of a goal. No time left on the clock. They have possession here, Momentum, but it's just not possible anymore. And that is going to be Party Poopers taking that first game, the first match, and starting off the day strong.
Off to the races, Palador. Our first best of 5 takes us to 4 rounds. I'm pretty happy, but it's the first best of 5. I say that because we have a lot of action left ahead of us for the EU Swiss bracket. Potentially up to 5 more best of 5s this afternoon. So stick around. There's going to be a lot more here on this channel. We don't have any other alt channels live for EU this afternoon. So we do appreciate you hanging out and being patient with us as we bounce between games. But for now, we are going to take a brief intermission, and we'll be right back with more intense EU Swiss Bracket Ignition Cup action. So don't go anywhere.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
welcome back everybody to the EU Ignition Cup Swiss bracket for VRML. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. We appreciate you waiting around patiently for the start of our next round. We are just a few teams away from submitting their scores and having our second round matchups set for us, and we'll dive into that action in a couple of minutes. But Finto, I want to talk about what we've already seen today. I mean, we talked about maybe these teams stepping up their game, maybe improving, maybe getting a little better, and whether it's just the baseline of EU or us getting lucky, we dived into a very exciting 3-1 between Party Poopers and Momentum.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, round 1, start of the tournament, you're not expecting, massively exciting games, but this blew my mind. You're seeing this in some of the replays here. Brilliant goals, really close games. We even had a long overtime for one of them. Eventually, Party Poopers did snag that game, 3-1 overall. Party Poopers, one of the team who did make top 8 in the previous tournament, that Pioneer Cup. But still, the level of gameplay that Momentum put up against this formidable opponent was amazing to see. And it was just a great game to watch. I mean, if this is the first round, I'm excited for what's to come, not just today, but tomorrow.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, again, off to the races here for EU. And a big shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action this afternoon. A fine crowd tuning in for, again, what is going to be a long day of EU action, Palador. And I mean, let's talk about it. The best of 5s for multiple rounds. With a game like this, I mean, they got to be eventually getting worn down after a couple of hours of playing this game, Palador.
Oh yeah, I mean, not only is today a battle of ignition, it's a battle of attrition. You need the energy, you need the endurance. It takes a lot. And in any esport, VR or otherwise, it already takes a lot. But then when you add VR into the mix, you add the physicality of a game like Orion Drift into the mix, so the pace, it will wear even the most fit of players out after so many hours. And we saw that, in some of our games where they do go to those multi-minute overtimes. You can see it in just the body language, the virtual reality body language, and even sometimes hearing from the players afterwards in the chats and stuff, just saying, oh man, that really wore us out, that 5-round or that 5-minute overtime, things like that. Like, we were huffing and puffing.
Yeah, it is a long weekend of games for EU. NA will be broken up multiple days for this weekend, and then we'll finish on Saturday because there's going to be so many teams playing for North America, which starts at 2 p.m. PST. Live on this channel, so do be sure to tune in to that. But I mean, I think we're going to have Orion Drift all day today, Finto, and I don't know about you, but I certainly am ready for a lot of more of what we just saw here, because EU is going to deliver, I think, really strong. I mean, I think back to the Pioneer Cup and how great those series were for EU, and I want to see what the top looks like. I can't wait till we get to the later rounds when teams that are undefeated are getting matched against each other.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an endurance tournament, a bit of an endurance weekend for casters and for players alike. But as you say, you just got to keep that energy up, keep it going, especially considering that as the weekend goes, and next weekend, the quality of games, the stakes of these games as well is just going to keep rising and rising until we reach, those big finals for EU tomorrow, OCE tomorrow, and NA next weekend. It just gets better and better as we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do want to. I do just want to point out too, like you said, it's a battle, or it's basically a lot of endurance going into this, even from like a casting end. But also, it's a good time to remind people that hey, VRML is, by and large, community ran, top to bottom. We all are from these games that we cast, that we moderate, and so on, right? And so, on that note, again, all the support, the engagement on the chats and the streams and things like that really helps encourage your fellow casters, your fellow players, because we're all in this kind of building the same thing up. And Orion Drift is building up really fast, Nightfire, as we've seen. The numbers just keep popping, viewership, participation, all the above, and I expect that to continue exponentially going into the coming months and years.
And already we're seeing, it's going to be a huge space, I think. Orion Drift has so much potential, just even outside of what we can do with a single game mode. The game itself so flexible. Maybe there's a day of eventually, leagues are creating their own arenas and their own types of modes where maybe the ball has heavier gravity or there's no gravity or there's all sorts of potential for the future of this game. And I think it's important to also remember that this is an early beta build, right? This is the 4v4 build that's still in early development. They're still making changes to the arena, and we've seen the color spectrum change, obviously, but anything can go basically in this 4v4 space. And so, we're just thankful that another Axiom is working with us for the VRML and enabling us to do tournaments like this, because it's pretty cool, to have the support from them and for them to be recoloring the arenas for the Ignition Cup theme. It's awesome to see. So we really do appreciate their support too.
I think it speaks really well to them, right? In the intentions of this game, because we all know a lot of the team at Another Axiom and their history with VR esports and the passion that they have there. So I think it bodes well. Just keep giving them time to cook. And I expect, we're seeing again, and they're in early access, but we're already seeing these tournaments. We're already seeing that support there. So I really have great expectations. As I did before I even laid eyes on Orion Drift or even knew its name, right? There's knowing who's behind it, though. You have those high expectations, and I think, competitively speaking, this will be very potentially the premier, if not, already getting there, the premier league that you're going to see, the premier esport you'll see in the VR scene in terms of just eye-popping numbers, sustainability. I mean, no doubt, these are just our first couple of cups. But I expect a long future history, if that makes sense, for VRML in this game.
Absolutely, and looks like we've been stalling for a long time. We are just about ready to get into round 2, so we do appreciate the patience of everyone tuning in and listening to us yap about our woes and looking forward to with this community. So anyway, we're going to take a brief break, and we come back. It should be the start of round 2. We do appreciate you all sticking around and being patient with us. Things should sort of snowball into a little bit of a quicker pace once the system is better understood by the entirety of what is 64 teams playing in this tournament. So it takes some time, but we do appreciate the patience of everyone tuning in, and more Orion Drift action coming up in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. back, everybody, to the Orion Drift EU Swiss bracket for the Ignition Cup. We are into a new game. We'll get those teams updated for you in a second. As we do dive into the action, I'll leave it to Palador to commentate what we're seeing here in front of us as we trade back and forth for a shot on goal. It's swatted away by Sabi.
All right, yeah, the benefit of having all these wide open arenas here, we can pick and choose the ones as they start, and these teams were obviously ready to go. So here we go, fast start, frantic start, and a first goal to get started. Who was that? That was Xe. Oh, the action.
Yeah, nice tight angle. Maybe one you're not expecting as a goalie. You know, they're up there, you're expecting a pass back to Nest or over to the bridges, but no, tight angle, drop down, bounce off the floor, and a quick goal for the blue team. We'll just wait and see who the blue team is.
Yeah, give me a second to set things up. It's going to be Orbital Coaches versus OD in this series as we trade back and forth and swat away for the midfield here. We'll see if I have those rosters right in a second as the push on goal is coming in. And nearly a tied series 1-1 as Sabi scoops it up. They've had a couple of good saves so far in this round already.
Yeah, now Xe losing the handles on the ball there with Scripted is there to pick it back up. Toast on the defense. Scripted trying to send one over to Xe. Xe now with the ball, trying to carve around, but Sork's getting all up in the grill and able to cause a turnover here as Toast loses the handles. Xe and Andre now contesting each other. Andre creeps away with the ball, slaps it way into the midline as it takes a bounce off the halo into the arms there of Xe. Again, Xe all over that ball at the moment, it seems like, and really just heady play and good positional play to be constantly disruptive in that midfield.
We now have a push coming in here from the likes of OD. The shot on goal goes down, and now we've got our team sorted. OD in orange, Orbital Coaches in black, and their colors, blue and red, respectively, as round number 1 gets going here. A 2-0 lead isn't insurmountable, Finto.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely so much potential to come back here. 3 minutes left on the clock, only 2 points, and they have been playing a confident defense. Just as I say that, yeah, some more confident defense coming in. Orbital Coaches are keeping this game alive, but they've got to find those 2 goals in 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Cha-Cha trying to dance their way down the floor and contest Toast there, as well as Sorks. Sorks with a tackle to allow Andre now to get the ball. Andre coming from that right side down, but gets tackled out by Cha-Cha and slid into that side wall, as it will be Xe now with the ball, working it right back up the floor. Does lose the handles because they lost the boost, so lost the boost juice, and that is one of the parts here tonight of OD as well, of Orion Drift, that is. Being able to maintain the fuel and maintain that verticality, because the moment you lose it is a moment that you're basically caught out.
Yeah, these top-tier teams are so good at making sure that they are picking up their boost before plays, before pushes, so that they have that ability to go for those cross passes, to push up to the top ceiling and do the ceiling carves. All of that requires you to have the juice to do the boost. And here we go. A bottom floor push. Scripted coming flying in. The tackle missed on Sadie, but they only dodge the tackle and can't stop the goal.
And that's dangerous in some of those positions. You get so caught up, so confident in your attacking play, you forget that as soon as that ball is handed over, you have 1 player left at the back, 3 players running up with the ball, and OD find a 3rd goal on the board.
Sabi trying to get things going for Orbital Coaches here. Can't quite get the scoop up there looking for as it swatted around, works in front of the goal. The cross essentially comes off of the corner there, but Cook flies forward to swat it away all the way into the zone of Orbital Coaches as they'll go back on the defense. Time ticks down with 1:10 left. They got to get some offensive pressure going here.
And Andre trying to get that pressure as they scurry down the floor to collect that ball, but has it stolen back by a few players. A bit of a scrum developing in the midfield. The Cha-Cha and Sorks now trying to contest for that ball. It's dangerously close to that goal, swatting it away and just trying to get it out of that danger zone, and they do so with some success, although Coke is way there in the back line, also in the goal, so no open goal conceded, and now back in control is Xe and Co. For a moment here, but they will lose it out to Sable.
Orbital Coaches just trying to get something going here. Nice swat forward, shut down by Cha-Cha Benjo. Still pushing forward, and the fly in from Sorks. The push up from Andre, the high shot that goes wide and is swatted away to the corner.
Now Andre trying to creep away there from Cha-Cha on that defense. Coker slapping it out of the goal and right over Andre's arm, so that will go deep and looks centered but a little bit slow, and the round will end off of that bounce.
The spectacle. It's
A confident win to start for OD. No goals on the board for the is it Orbital coaches there. Confident way to start for OD. 3 points up in the first round.
Yeah, you'll love to see a still relatively close back and forth here, Palador. I feel like a lot of this game is momentum based. And again, when you crack the seal, the goals start to flow in. But this team is fighting, for most of that round pretty strongly. I feel like all Orbital coaches need is just a little bit more offensive momentum, maybe scooping up this early ball on the launch in round 2. For now, though, we're into, I think, what could be a good series and a nice back and forth between these two teams.
For sure. And before we do get started on this next round, I just want to pose a quick question to YouTube chat over there because I see a lot of chatting going on. What's a pebbles? What is a pebbles? Do it for me. But round 2 about to begin here. Let's go,
friends. It's go time.
I don't know either, Palador. We're not as hip as we used to be. As Andre tries to start things off for Orbital coaches, gets hold of the ball and. Nice defensive rotation on the back line there. Still can't quite get control and get it away from what is this aggressive Axie push on the front lines. Pass to scripted, and Sork's going to swat it away nicely. Still looking for control. One of these teams can't quite get set up just yet as the ball does go into the zone of OD. That's not a lot of offensive pressure from Orbital coaches in round 1, but maybe they can change things up here in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, their names are coaches, right? So maybe they, coach themselves in between those rounds, take that minute to full effectiveness, see if they can open it up here a little bit stronger as Sork's there contesting with Axie again. Axie just noticeably all over that ball every time it's in the midfield. Very aggressive on the defensive line, but working its way into the offensive line was Sable getting disabled by the nice tackle up high there, missing the ball. A couple of players able to finally gather, though, as they'll scurry for a possession. There's Andre getting tackled out by Cha-Cha.
Tried to go for a little bit of a dribble shot on goal as Axie pushes up for the open goal. No, Saibi is home to defend, and they'll swat it away. And then back into their goal.
I was about to say, we need to highlight Sable's great defending there, and he has had some great moments, great times in the goal, but that's just one of those upsetting, quick, but important fumbles, and maybe could be, no, not yet, but yeah, something that's just not great for your confidence and momentum.
First point on the board is one scored by your own self. That one stings. Sork's trying to put one up on the board for themselves. That shot goes a little bit high. Pushing forward, Sable trying to get the follow-up. The shot down to the bottom, and Toast slaps it just a little bit high. Sable follows up. The shot there gets knocked away.
And Andre here from up high trying to make a play, but no one there quite to collect the ball. An attempted pass, I think, but the momentum was not quite high enough to get a lot of mustard behind the throw. Toast now trying to contest down there in the trenches. A lot of players, in fact, all the players, save one, piling up in that corner, as this will leave one open goal on that opposite side and maybe about to be punished of it indeed.
Yeah, and some of these teams have brilliant moments of great positioning and great teamwork, but there's some times when you are just in the wrong place for a play, the entire Orbital coaches team right up the field, which is not great when you've got OD making a run and going for the goal, shooting, and no one's there to defend.
It could just be the little things, Palador, that end up hurting them. A missed pass here, a missed pass there. Ends up leaving the open goal opportunity here as Source comes flying back, and Sable can't quite reach into the honey jar to pull it out. OD, another open goal, and this is really why that momentum thing can kind of skyrocket and snowball out of control in a game like this, is when several open goals are locked in quick succession. They really need to bounce back and put one on the board here, Pally.
Yeah, that they do. And when teams, you have those unfortunate errors, those little errors that, like the open goal you pointed out, they can kind of snowball indeed, and you see another open goal happen. And it's easy to get a little bit caught up in the moment and kind of forget your positioning and things like that. And we see that happening a little bit here for them. Of course, still time on the clock, a minute and a half of it to get something going, and at least another round. But so far, so good for OD against OC.
Yep, here comes the push in. A pass down to Andre, looking for the crossover to the center. Back to Sorks, back up the top line. Swatted down by Sable, and finally a point in for Orbital coaches.
And Orbital coaches maybe not been playing best all game, but here they are with a brilliant goal to be finding great passing off. I mean, it's one on the board, 1 minute to find two more and even things up, and already could be turning things back around. OD, not quite, not yet at least.
You hate to have those quick answer backs, Palador. Those ones sting the most when you finally got a point on the board, like Orbital Coach is looking for another cross, another shot on goal. It goes just a little wide.
Yeah, sometimes all you need is to see one score go in to kind of open up your game, but unfortunately the time was already out by the time that, well, that happened. Still some to remain.
Oh.
But another goal going in this way. But you know, just that momentum, not really able to get that sturdy foothold, and OD just kind of continuing to rock and roll it here.
Ball frenzy restart.
Off of several open goals also.
Yep. The open goal really stinging, and that's a correctable, thing you can adjust for, right? You can pull an offensive player back a little bit, maybe not commit as aggressively to those attacks. But I did say that Orbital coaches needed more offensive pressure, and they have been applying it here, Finto, at a cost. Another open goal from OD.
Yeah, and Orbital coaches have some brilliant moments, sometimes some great saves, and even one great attacking play we've already seen, but they just cannot find that consistency. The consistent gameplay, consistent teamwork that seems to have been working out for OD on the other side of things, and finds them a second point, match points in this match.
Yep, a 3-1, 5-1, 2-map lead here, and these are teams that have all lost. So you really are got to be feeling for a squad like OD who's finally finding a little bit of rhythm, right? They just took a 3-0 loss earlier today, Palador, in round 1. We're into round 2 of these multiple best-of-5 series, and if you're Orbital coaches, you've lost 5 in a row. So the mental has to be an element too, right?
Yeah, always a factor in these type of matches, and it's even in a normal uncasted match. In a non-tournament day, you still feel like the pressure. Everyone wants to win these games and they don't want to let down their teammates. They want to perform at the highest level. They want to, show their stuff. But then when you add the streams into the mix, you add, all that extra pressure, all the extra eyes, the mentals become even more extreme. You hit those. Sometimes it works out for teams. Some people thrive off that pressure, but indeed it is a tough thing, right? Because pressure can make diamonds. It can also make coal. But either way, these teams trying to warm up here into this next round now as we get underway.
Yep, a little bit of a brawl there in the midfield, a bit of a scrum, as you say, as Andre pushes forward for the 1v2. And Coke on the back line swats it away. A nice reinforcement from Cha-Cha keeps the defensive strong. And another cross pass there that goes just a touch high, and Coke swats it away. Sable keeps momentum going for the likes of Orbital coaches. They need a point on the board here early. A nice early lead would really set them up good here for a potential round 3 victory.
And Sork's doing their best at the moment to wrangle control the ball. Finally does so for a moment, but slaps it away there in a bit of a panic, as it will be a lot of defense in the way and causing some pressure. You can see that defense again piling up here. A lot of the players forming here in the sewers, just trying to send that ball in the opposite direction. Actually, they're trying to dribble around Andre. Andre, though, comes away with a steal. Andre now has an opportunity, but could not get a lot of sauce behind the throw on that shot attempt, so will be ejected back to Sorks in the deep midfield.
Need more of that boost power in
Yeah.
their arms. Shot with a nice cross pass there. That does go a touch wide. Sable's going to scoop it up, try and work their way up through the midfield. Get a chance at goal. Another opportunity. This has been Orbital coaches really applying the pressure on the front line, and a nice save from Coke.
Little tap right into the goalkeeper there. Was able to make the good save, and now the opposite way it goes. A speedy Cha-Cha will indeed get the goal.
Oh, there we go.
And goes sliding away the opposite side with another point on the board here to open things up.
It felt like for a long time, no players on either team could hold on to the ball for much time. Eventually, one player making a breakaway, making a good play, holding on to it for more than just a few seconds, and finding that goal first on the board for OD, and a confident way to kick off what could be their match point. Maybe another one. Yes, and that is 2 points.
It's a nice one by Scripted. Just nothing too fancy. Just a quick little 1-2 juke out of the shoes and got themselves an open goal as a result.
It's on.
Yeah, it looks like they're just having a tough time getting their offensive rollout here. Once the goal is scored on you, you have to push it out of your half of the zone up through the midfield, and then you're available to be attacked again. And it really feels like OD are attacking here, as that shot somehow hits the inner bar and goes wide. Not an open goal secured.
And now another scramble for the ball as it goes sent down, rolling down the field to Coke. Coke's been very content playing in the deep back line, often just staying right around that goalkeeping area, that goal area. But, it's been to the benefit of their team. They haven't needed that extra player on the front line as of yet for OD. They've been doing quite well on that end. And looking like they might have another opportunity here if they get this clear successfully through. Although it will be Sorks now overtaking it, in fact, and maybe now time for Orbital coaches to get something going.
Yeah, I think Sorks was trying to go for a momentum boost there, work down there that ramp of the corner. And instead, they get intercepted, but Sorks somehow still gets hold of the ball, tries to dribble their way through that defense. Andre tries to follow it up, but the defense is aggressive. They push to the front line. Sable looks for the wall carve and can't find it for the turnaround, and the ball is back into Orbital Coach's zone.
Now we're taken here by Axie, who's assaulted nicely there by Andre, playing some good defense. Sorks as well, trying to dive and cause some trouble. Cha-Cha, Axie, and Co are there, but Toast somehow 3v1 manages to get the ball. The problem is there's still Coke in the backline. Got to watch out for that goalkeeper. But now Sable will work it up the floor. Maybe a one-on-one opportunity as good as any, but sweeping in for a save was Cha-Cha Benjo, saying heck no. And Sorks now back in the offense for a moment until Axie says otherwise, slaps it to the midfield.
Clears it out nicely, and yeah, it's time for a little bit of a breather to come in for OD. They've been getting a lot of pressure. Orbital coaches have been in their zone quite often at the cost of sending all 4 on that offensive pressure. So it's left 2 open goal opportunities for the likes of this OD squad, and they keep capitalizing on those. So any real small mistake feels like it's getting punished here this afternoon. And I think that's going to be a continuous trend as we do get into the deeper rounds of this Swiss bracket. You know, those winners in particular, any little mistake going to go highly punished. Sorks goes for the wall card. Beautiful pass over to Sable, and the shot on goal is a little wide.
Yeah, about 30 seconds or so remaining here as Sable does get control again. I do like what OC here is doing, the coaches here are doing, in that they are looking for the initial pass towards the nest and whatnot. So looking for the right idea, but then their shots, when they try to finish those passes, the shots are ended up being taken from a little bit far out of the goal. And I think that's been enabling some of the saves and disruptions there in the defense as well. So they got kind of the right start, but still got to find that second piece of the puzzle, as Scripted has it stolen there by Sorks.
Yeah, nice scoop up there, Sable. Gonna get their hands on it, and yeah, we are out of time for the likes of Orbital coaches to win, but they still want to put a point on the board, and that shot goes just a little high. They've had a couple of good opportunities, but OD put on a solid defense. We see some good handshakes from the folks down on the field, and we love to see that teamwork, that kind of sportsmanship coming in. And congratulations to OD winning a clean 3-0 here for their second round.
And, you know, it wasn't like Orbital coaches wasn't putting on quite a bit of pressure on this team. You know, Coke want to highlight their plays on that back line towards that goal. Some great saves, some great reads, and you know, really a cornerstone member of that OD team, and helped them find that win.
Yeah, we do have some other games going on live right now, so do bear with us as we try and sort out which series we're going to hop into, and we should be into a little bit more of action for round 2. Otherwise, teams are wrapping up their games, and we will be getting ready for our third round of this Swiss bracket. We're hoping to get through at least 5-6 rounds this afternoon, so a lot of best of 5s to be tuning into here today. You're not going to want to go too far. Should be about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, maybe at that, before we dive back into more action. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here and watching a overtime round. We have no idea if it's the end of a series, the middle of a series, or where, but it is an overtime round. The scores are currently tied. We'll assume they're 0-0. And we have momentum on the orange team, Orion Lock on the black side on the red. As we do dive into this, they battle back and forth, Paldor. This has been like a 2-minute plus overtime now. We've been watching a little bit of it already, but we wanted to bring it live to you folks at home.
Yeah, a little bit of bonus content here. So we're still in the same round of the Swiss bracket. This is still kind of a second match of the stream of the tourney, but we're getting some extra gameplay here. Figured, why not? These teams are going at it. We're, again, entered maybe the third minute now, if not fourth. I mean, this is going a long time. These teams trying to win one out. Of course, we did see momentum earlier on in the day in our first match of the stream, and well, they're fighting for their lives right now, Knight.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we don't know how many rounds have been won. We'll only be able to do our best to assume that it's tied 1-1 right now, but for now, AVP pushes forward, and a great defensive save. That's been consistent from Perry on the back line, stopping what has been a multiple shot attempts from the likes of this momentum squad. Again, pushing forward, but the tackle's coming in, and it's swatted away to the midfield.
Yeah, maybe appropriately named. Parries, he blocks, does all of the above. Right now, though, the assault from the offense coming in again. There's Perry, though, interrupting with a great tackle. Now Turkeys trying to gain control of the ball there. So the defense intense as Turkeys chases down that ball. In the back line, though, Hort is quickly covering the goal for momentum. And now momentum back on offense here with Wexo. Rather, AVP dribbling it up the floor now. Two goalkeepers. There's a pass. No finish. Turkeys, another stop here. Oh, but it will end off the return from AVP. MVP. There we go.
And what an overtime that was. It felt like momentum spent so long just sending shots to that goal, that Orion Log goal, and Orion Log just sending them right back, saving and sending that ball away. Eventually, though, off a rebound, they dive out for the save, and it's just such a well-placed shot, bottom right. Momentum finally take that game, and it looks like, I think that was the series point for them.
Yeah, it looks like the team's exiting there. So, with that said, we got a nice couple minutes of overtime there. Figured to bring you a little bonus content, and You're welcome.
Yeah, it should be the last round of this round. So again, we should be jumping in to more action pretty quickly here. Should have new assignments, new matches coming up as teams do submit in their scores. So we do appreciate you all stopping by, hanging out, and patiently waiting with us. We'll take a quick look at a couple of the replays so far from this EU bracket, and there are many, Finto. I mean, this has been an exciting day of Orion Drift action, and it's only going to continue as round 2 starts to wrap up here.
Yeah, only round 2. Some great games, great goals, and of course we have, the following rounds, however many that will be today, tomorrow, the semi-finals, finals, all of that. That is when things get properly exciting. The top 8 teams from today's Swiss bracket will be competing, will be fighting. What's going to be the big showdown for EU, of course. OCE, similar tomorrow. And then NA the weekend following, with the top 16 teams facing off in a similar format for that, for the prize, the glory, and the name in the Orion Drift history books.
Yeah, talking about those really top teams, we see Ferry in the chat, right? I'm mentioning, EU is so fun to watch. Crazy good teams. Shouting out Cold and Ivy, who killed it in our Pioneer Cup. Some amazing matches there, for sure. Yep. And oh, look, Pebbles is in the chat. So now I know what a Pebbles is. Pebbles is a person. Hello, Pebbles. That was just a 2-minute overtime we streamed. We're still in the same round. Don't you worry yourself. But it seems like you're a popular person around here. So nice to meet you. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, and see Aiden in there, Ali as well, and R92B, Pesky. So a lot of good familiar faces there across our streams, and we'll have some more coming up here real soon, I think.
Indeed, we will. Stick around. It's Ignition Cup, and only the middle of it, really. So a lot more. Welcome, everybody, to the Orion Drift Ignition Cup. We're into the EU Swiss bracket, and we're into our third round of the afternoon with two teams, Hot and Forsaken, dueling it out today. I mean, how are we feeling about this matchup, Finto? Two undefeated teams so far in both of our rounds.
Hey, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, this Ignition Cup, all about getting things going, getting these teams a chance to showcase themselves. Two teams I've not seen much of, but clearly they've been doing well today. And Pebbles has been making some noise in chat, obviously, as we've been seeing. So, I mean, it must be an exciting game ahead of us.
Yep, we're just waiting, I think, on the 4th to log in. Oh, no, we have everyone in arena ready to go for round one. No, a false start.
No, okay,
false start. Okay. Yeah, I was like, well, a 4v3, that's going to be a tough one to win for Forsaken, but we are just waiting for their 4th to jump in, and then we should be starting this first round of round 3. But we're moving along here now, Palador, and we're into what I would say is the meat and potatoes of the Swiss bracket when we start to get these undefeated teams going up against each other.
Hey, don't make me hungry. It's meat, potatoes, talk about Swiss, which makes me think of cheese. And I haven't had Swiss cheese in about a year since I've been in the Philippines. So anyways, regardless, we got hot. We got hot food. But anyways, hot and cold is people mentioning in this chat I just saw. That'd be a sick finals. I see a lot of the chat really hyped and happy over Pebbles' appearance on the stream.
Whoa.
So don't say that we don't give you what you want, chat. Okay, we got what you want.
Hey, and here's
Hot already scoring their first point, Finto.
A great passing play for Hawk, kicking things off. A confident way to go. It looks like they could already be turning things around. No, holding on to possession. Great goal to kick things off. Hot, a confident start.
All right, so we'll be the aforementioned Pebbles there, losing the handles though on the ball just briefly. A double tackle will loosen the ball once again as, how are you even going to say this one? Zaza! Huzzah! As it will be the ball going midfield to Fishy. A lot easier that one. Fishy.
Zaza, Niaz. Yeah, we just don't need to hit all the extra letters that are on the back then. There, as we do get into the side brawl here up to the midfield, finally an opportunity for the likes of this Forsaken team to push up onto the offense. They've been sort of back on the defensive line for a while, and as the open goal comes in, Gladys gets a bad bounce off the bottom geometry there, and it's fortunate enough that Forsaken don't have another goal scored on them.
It'll be Zaza there, contested by Pebbles. Pebbles a steal, and then we'll immediately go up towards that ceiling. Is met by Zaza on a nice tackle as well, dislodging that ball. As Plutus now gets tackled, a lot of tackles and a quick flinger of a shot there will be Joel sending it down the midline to Echo the Dragon on the interception, right back to Joel. And Joel will work up the floor though as Plutus now takes it over and sends it to OK Fishy.
Nice wall carve there to get them redirected and pushing forward, but Liam on the back line interrupting this push. Zaza tries to get up for that intercept to push back out for the clear, but Pebbles swings their way around for a nice wall carve up top. Goes for the cross pass up to Echo Dragon. Back to the center to Plutus. The shot on goal denied by Jolly.
Indeed, and a jolly good save that was. Tremendous defense there off the offensive attempt as another one goes a little bit high. Diving out, it's going to be Plutus, and Plutus! The brutal shot there over the outstretched arms.
Yeah, and Hall playing a brilliant game so far, 2 points up, and I really just want to highlight the passing that's going on here on that team. They are holding onto possession brilliantly because anytime they're coming in for a tackle, once Forsaken comes in, they get that ball gone, and even if they take the tackle, the ball is already away in someone else's hands and ready to be shot at the goal, finding them number 2.
Again, just brawling for ball control in the corner there. Nia's going to get a nice scoop up. Wall card pass down to Jolly, looking for the cross up through the midfield. Is going to get interrupted by Plutus, intercepted by Plutus, and cleared out by Plutus.
It'll be Echo the Dragon swooping through, has control of the ball, and flings it midways. Liam LeBest will be able to gain control of the ball just for a moment. Carves around on that ceiling, backs out. I like the patience being shown there, although unfortunately a teammate not quite in position where they expected, so will lose out the ball for at least a moment as it goes right into the midfield again here, Knight.
And into an open goal. It's another point for Hot. The seal's been unleashed here, Finto.
Yeah, and it's quite a good back and forth, some great shots, some great attempts on the goal from Forsaken, but that could be the final straw for them. It gives Hot that massive advantage here, 3 points, 1 minute 30, not a great sign for Forsaken for this very first game.
Liam trying to get the ball up to the midfield for a cross. Can't quite get it there. Pebbles instead scoops it up. Takes a shot on goal. That's swatted away by Jolly14. Another nice defensive hold from them, as really all they need to do on the side of Hot is just buy time. Maybe score a few more goals as they continue to push up for the cross there. Intercepted by Liam, and Zaza trying to push their way out through that midfield for a chance on goal. But getting tackled, interrupted. Plutus gets an opportunity, and they'll take it for another shot. Hot getting dangerously close to taking a mercy here in round 1 in this best of 5.
And they say buy time. They say where's the fun in that? And keep things going. 1 minute, 4 goals. Now they are really running away with this.
Yeah, Niaz tries to cross out to the center, but Plutus is there to scoop it up, clear it out to the midfield. Gives Pebbles a chance to scramble up to this back line in the corner and look for something to cross up to his team. Jukes out 1, jukes out 2, and Echo, the Dragon, scoops up the ball, but everyone on intercepts here on the bottom line outside of the front of the goal of Forsaken. Just ultimately, Forsaken not getting that offensive pressure they need right now as Pebbles tries to juke out 4.
Yeah, a lot of defensive pressure. Pebbles was able to juke out a couple players, but then it was Niaz there to disrupt that last attempt. A good passing play here. Oh, going behind the back, unsuccessfully so, but I like the style, I like the attempt. Will be still, though, no offense on that side of the floor as OK Fishy now working up the mid lane, dribbling between them, trying to volleyball it, just kind of set up maybe a serve to the Dragon or Pebbles, but the game will end there, the round that is, and a nice, solid win from Hot.
It's a hot win, Finto.
Yeah,
And pretty close to a mercy out the gate here, but, I mean, momentum's everything in a series like this, and both these teams, again, undefeated today so far.
Yeah, and it's worth paying attention as well to that goal seal that you talk about time and time again. And I think it really comes from these high-level teams that keep throwing strategies, attempts on the goal, at the wall, keep trying for their shots, and eventually they find something that sticks, find a good strategy, they stick to that, they, almost abuse that, keep it going, find a good few goals in a row, and it seems that's what Hot have locked onto here and have that momentum. Coming into this next game, we get going now.
Oh yeah, a quick start here by these teams, it seems. So we'll be right into round 2. Opening up, there's almost a dangerous situation there as it went near their goal. But we'll slip right out there to the midfield, and here we go again.
Forsaken nearly getting their first point scored on by the other team and not them, as Pebbles pushes up here, tries to get the shot on goal. A nice cross to Plutus. Goes to Pebbles again, the backward shot. Fishy scoops it up. The relentless assault interrupted by a couple of good tackles. Still, though, the ball dangles into the corner of the zone of Forsaken, and they need to swat it away to get themselves an offensive chance as Zaza finally scoops it up.
Yeah, trying to get on that scoreboard here. Finally, they got some passing plays up the floor. The positioning is pretty nice as well, so I like what I'm seeing at the moment, although a tackle there will undo that opportunity. Otherwise, it was a nice work up the floor. They're going to be able to get it back, though, for a second, but not all too long because they go fishing, and OK Fishy, not quite okay on the shot, but still the teammates there for maybe a setup on a rebound, and another assault on the goal. There's Pebbles, and drops the rock inside the goal.
And that's one thing I love so much about this Hot team from what we've seen already. Every single one of them seems like they could have a chance on the goal whenever they get a hold of the ball, but they are so respectful in their quick passes off, keeping that defending team on their toes, and eventually, only when they're sure they can take a good shot, do they take it.
Comes the one-on-one. Liam tries to hit it to the corner, and Echo with a great read denies it entry. Swats it away from the corner, gets his team back onto the attack, and keeps things in the forward momentum for Hot.
But OK Fishy there, taking that ball and sends it a little bit of a lob high. Will be Pebbles now the rebound, a little self-pass being tackled by Liam. Liam able to disrupt for a moment, and Plutus unable to gather that pass, so maybe a turnover about to happen here. Another tackle, but no, nice control. Plutus receiving that pass beautifully. But saved out of there. Rolled around the rim, but not in.
So close at the end of the day, but just like you said, was a little dance around the goal there and doesn't quite go in. An opportunity for Forsaken again on the attack. The goal light on defense, but they push forward, pick it up, swat it away. Pebbles looks for the attack again. A nice bit of juggling going on there, but interrupted by Niaz as they do push out what was going to be a second attempt on goal. They need to get this opportunity set up here as Jolly scoops up the ball into the corner, quickly tackled for an intercept as Fishy gets it. Jolly, another intercept. Zaza clinging onto the bottom for a stack move and can't quite get things moving. They just can't get the the speed going out the gate here until finally some good passes come in, but an intercept again and an open goal shot.
And that's a bit worrying. Liam there felt like he just had good control, was taking that one back home. A nice little reset, but out of nowhere, enemy grabs on, snatches the ball to the hand, and finds the open goal. Hot 2-0.
Take over for me a little bit. I may be experiencing some technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah, we hear you a little stuttery. It's A-okay as we do get into the action. Another open goal shot. This one's all the way across the field. Bounces off the top line, and Pebbles follows it up. And Finto, things are getting a little dangerous here as we get into that seal really starting to break loose. 3-0 is very comebackable, but anymore starts to get dangerous.
Starting things off, it felt like Forsaken, maybe they had that shot at the goal early, they had good possession, they have good possession now, even at times, but when it comes down to it, they just cannot find these goals, maybe not so good with their passing plays. Pebbles coming in for the interception, Liam now drops that down, stealing carve, could this be? Drops it in, and there we go. As I say that, Forsaken finds that first goal on the board. There's 1 minute left. It might not do much for this one, but it could be a sign of things to come into the next round.
Yeah, right. I mean, you have to get confidence in yourself as a team to know that, hey, we can score goals against this squad. As Pebbles goes for a little bit of momentum build-up and an offensive rollout, can't quite get past the midfield tackle, but the ball's still in control of Hot. They've got a 2-0 lead, and now maybe time. 45 seconds. Zaza with a big clear. They need to press this. That's a shot on goal, matter of fact, but it goes just a little bit wide.
Yeah, Echo getting that one clear, getting that one safe. Liam almost finding that interception. Ball's anyone's now. 30 seconds on the clock, and it's Pebble who might take that. Not quite. Tackles coming in. No one can hold on to it for long. Liam now making a breakaway. Maybe Pebbles playing the aggressive play here. Coming in, finds that ball. No one can hold on to this ball for long.
No, Liam finally scoops it up, but like you said, they can't hold on for long, and because they can't, time ticks down here as Fishy, with a great tackle, causes that fumble here across the midfield. Pebbles goes for the scoop up, but can't, just gently touches it away. And again, it's just a matter of buying time for Hot with 5 seconds left. They're looking to scoop up round number 2 in their pocket.
Yeah, and that's exactly how they wanted to play the end of that game. Hot holding onto the ball, keeping that pressure on, not giving Forsaken any space to work with. I did find that one goal, a great goal, and the most recent goal as well. But not quite snatching that second round. Forsaken.
Yeah, we'll see now, though, because they've got that point on the board. Maybe it's the momentum shifter for them in these later stages. I mean, this is a best of 5 for all of these matches today. And so, it could be that as we get to this round 3, it's an opportunity for Forsaken to bounce back a little bit, to get momentum going into their hands. As Pebbles waves at the folks at home, and we wait for round number 3 to get started. It's, hey, good quality action here today, Fintos. I think Palador maybe rejoins us, but we'll give him some time to get set up and ready for our next round 3, which is about to kick off right now.
Yeah, so much potential here. Sweeps, reverse sweeps are not something we've never seen before. Pebbles maybe starting things off strong, maybe putting an end to that idea early, not quite. Fishy maybe recovering that, potentially getting that away. No, Liam, once again, coming in, good possession. No one's aggressing onto him yet. It's Plutus, comes in for the tackle. Can't quite find the ball. Jolie drops that down, shoots it, and that is the first on the board for Forsaken.
You could feel that one coming.
I mean, they've been close, Finto, on scoring their first goal several times so far in this series, so it's not surprised that it finally goes in here for the likes of Forsaken. But now we'll see what Hot can do on their offensive rollout. Can they bounce back with a very quick answer point? And it looks like they maybe can. Pulos, Pebbles, everyone here on the front line trying to score this goal. As Plutus again, and Jolly swats it away. A great defensive save. Still, though, the attack getting pushed in here by Hot.
Yeah, holding onto that save for now, but Hot is ruthless with their attack, and they keep seeming to get possession once again. Plutus here takes it back for reset, sends the player flying, drops it across to Pebbles. The goal seems open. It's Liam going for the save, drops it out to Echo though, and that is a great goal to even things up. This is shaping up to be a good, potentially final, potentially beginning of something changing for Forsaken match.
We'll have to see. They got to get things going there as they try to bounce that set to themselves, I think, off the ceiling. It goes a little bit wide. Gets interrupted and disrupted by the defense here of Hot. And they'll now get their hands on the ball. Quickly scooped up by Neos, though. A bit of a missed pass. An opportunity. Neos pushing forward here. Tosses it up to Liam. Liam tries to get it down and can't. It's swatted away by the defense. Another almost shot on goal there, but a good hold from the likes of Hot.
And we have 3 minutes 20 left on the clock, and oh, goal seems open. Neos is going to get back to it first, keep that safe. Echo comes in, tries to tackle Plutus as well. Everyone scrambling to get a hold of that ball. Plutus is going to hold on to that, keep that safe, get it to the reset. He's got time to work with here. Liam comes in for the tackle, doesn't get the ball, and that's sent flying right up the pitch. Could be open, and it is Forsaken. Find that. That is 2 points, 1 point lead for them now. This is shaping up to be good for Forsaken.
It's those little mistakes, Finto, that can lead to big goals. You know, you leave your opening goal for just a second because you're stacking 4 on the front line, and something like that can happen. An intercept to a knock-in, a really nice shot, no less. Those aren't easy to make. As another attempt here comes in from Hot, they want to do another quick answer back like they did after their first goal that was scored on them. So right now they are not in control of round number 3. Good cross there, pass to the high line, and it just bounces off the top bar.
Yeah, and of course, they've had nice goals here when they come in on the hot side, although as I say that, I was about to say they've had some great defensive moments, but that wasn't one of them. Great for a bit, holding on to that for a bit, but eventually dropping that down. We are evened up, 2 minutes left on the clock, 4 points total, 2-2. Liam kicked things off, pass to Jolie. Jolie, good position to pass it across, got time, no one's pressuring that, drops it down, although goes straight on their own, and that's going to be lost to Plutus. Plutus trying to take that across, tackled. Liam retakes control, and this could be potential here for the Forsaken side to finally find another point and finally take that lead once again.
Yep, Liam does scoop it up, pushes in for the front line, but it's intercepted by Echo the Dragon. Zaza trying to pick it up in the corner is Jolly, who does manage to get a little bit of a dribble, can't get their footing. Echo goes for the swat up to that open goal. That goes a little bit wide. And we just kind of vie for ball control in the midfield as Fishy bounces off the geometry on the top line, and the ball kind of floats in the center there, just out front of the zone of Forsaken. Now looking to defend again, trying to stop Hot from taking the lead here in round 3.
And as we, find ourselves in these games, final moments, about 1 minute left on the clock, these are the goals that are really going to matter. Hot to take that victory, to finally finish off this game. Forsaken to keep the dream alive, to keep their perfect, so far, win streak going. So much to play for both of these teams. Oh no, that could be open! Oh, Forsaken, 50 seconds left on the clock. And that's a goal. Yeah, wow. 1 point lead. This is close.
Actually starts in.
Plenty of time for the likes of Hot to put a point on the board. They've managed to answer back very quickly, consistently, but Liam does a great intercept there that slows down what was going to be a wall carve to a momentum boost from that offensive rollout, so it disrupts their entire play, causes everyone on the offense to drop back and get ball control, and instead they're going to have to go on defense instead of the attack with these last few seconds in the round.
Yeah, and it's, they're holding on to the ball. There's time to finally find that sends it. Maybe the long shot, not quite. Who can get back first, though? Maybe Fishy, not quite again. Jolie holds on to that, tackles that. There's so much, so contested for this ball. Both teams want good possession. Both teams want to hold on to it. And oh no! That is another long shot. That is Forsaken. 2 points ahead now, and that is basically going to be this point locked on for them. Locked in on the board for them.
Yep, they cannot score more than 1 goal here as they hold on to this ball up high, and that 2 point lead is everything they needed. They're looking for just another point to make it 4-3, but as it hits the ground, it's going to be Forsaken taking round number 3 in this best of 5. We're headed to a 4th round, Finto, and I feel like maybe we're starting to start seeing more of this with these, undefeated teams, but the best of 5 format really allows for these comebacks to happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure, because of course, if we were in the best of 3, Hot would have walked away with this victory already, but as we can see, it just took that shift in mental, that shift in momentum for Forsaken now to turn things around, to start finding goals of their own pretty consistently as well, taking this one with a 2 point lead. And in this best of 5 format, so much potential to shift your momentum, to sort yourself out, to recognize the patterns of the other team, lock onto them, figure out your new strategy against that, and find what could be the reverse sweep here for Forsaken.
Here we go. Another round for us to dive into in this best of 5 as round 4 is about to kick off. It's a 2-1 lead for Hot on the overall rounds played. As we do get into the action, it's Niaz with an early scoop up, looking for the push up. Liam gonna get the cross pass, tries to slap it in, but it's interrupted by 4 defenders on the back line.
Yeah, and clearly not wanting that ball going anywhere near. 4 defenders stacked up. You know, you got some dangers when you stack up your players like that, maybe all the way forward or all the way back. Of course, if that ball got away, they would have no one there to receive. Now they're a bit spread out. Now they're in good positions for these passes coming in. Plutus takes it, tackled, but it's Fishy on the return, and it looks like a save, but it's a goal.
Somehow that one goes in, and yeah, that certainly did look like a save, but it is a goal for Hot out the gate here. Now Forsaken going to have to be on the fight back. They had the lead early in round 3, and they won, but every time they've been at a disadvantage early, they have lost the round. So we'll see if they can change that up here in round 4 in this best of 5, take us to a 5th round for the first time today.
Yeah, and it looks like you've got Forsaken at -1 goals on the board there. Maybe they can change that now, though. Back up to even things up. Sends that ball away. Echo to receive. Echo to hold on to that. No pressure. Not quite yet. Playing things safe. Playing things slow. Bounces off the side. Pass down to Plutus. But they're getting pressure now in their own half. Tots getting that away. Getting that safe for now. Pebbles has got that flying up. Over to the middle, passes up to Echo. Echo can't quite receive anyone's ball at this point. The pace is slow, but the goals matter the most at this point. Liam, once again, more slow pace, wasting Fishy's boost there. Plutus maybe now making a breakaway, making a play. No players in great passing positions except maybe Fishy, but it doesn't matter. Finds that one all on their own. That is Hot now at 2 points. You know, they just want to round this off. They just want to finish this up, forget that the issues in the last one, and take away that victory.
Ooh. Nice pass to Liam up to the high ground. They're going to swat it down just off of the bar. It misses wide. So dang close for the likes of this Forsaken team, but they just couldn't quite get it through. Okay, Fishy instead scoops it up, slaps it to the backhand, and Niaz is there behind Zaza, but Fishy's also there to follow it up and another point. It's a bit of a waterfall, a snowball coming in from the likes of Hot.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments that as Neos, you're gonna be thinking about if you lose this game. You never forget that you missed what could have been the save there, what could have been the game-changing point. Jolie, though, maybe finding their own game-changing point here, not quite. Echo gets that clear, gets that safe. Neos receives, though. Great backline plays we've seen here today. Always good to have a solid player at the back to pick up the ball, to pick up the long shots, to save the long shots, and get things restarted, get things reset.
Yeah, nice little intercept from Zaza here. Good cross pass to Jolie, looking for some points on the board for Forsaken. You have plenty of time to work back from this 3-0 lead, but they've got to work back from it. And right now, they're just not quite setting anything up on the attack, as we do actually see Niaz trying to push forward, and Plutus again with a good interrupt, scooping up ball control.
And not for too long, though. Well, for long now that Pebbles has received that again. A good pass all the way across to Fishy. Ceiling carve comes in. Fishy tackled, though. Drops that ball down to Liam. They're on the back foot here, though. The ball's in their half. It's Zaza who might get that one safe. Might hold on to it for now. Gets it away to Jolie. Now there's potential to turn things around from one goal to the other. Passes that down. Neos can't quite receive. Can't quite find the goal. Not yet, at least. Pebbles takes that back up once again. Goal-to-goal play. Maybe coming in here. Fishy, always great on those passes up front. Always ready to receive. No one to pass it off to again. Not quite yet, at least. And neither team can quite find a goal now. But still, Hot does have that 3-point advantage. And there's a minute left on the clock.
Trying to get this thing into the zone of their opponent, but Plutus VR in the midfield making it awfully difficult. Pebbles now joining the fray, trying to disrupt and intercept. Zaza pushing forward onto that corner line there. As they do manage to scoop up the intercept, they just can't get to the cross. They can't get to the center. Liam somehow is here to get to the center, though. Does get the cross. Jolie's not down there to scoop it up. And again, this team just not able to sync up on their passing plays. As there's a bit of an intercept. Zaza playing aggressive. Liam trying to get a hold of it, but there's too many defenders that keep pressing and tackling away that offensive push.
Yeah, and I think that could be it for Forsaken now. There's 30 seconds left, which I don't think would be enough time for much to happen here. And what a game this has been. You know, we're still watching in the game's dying moments. Brilliant gameplay, great passes, a long shot that is something for Forsaken, but not enough at this point to turn things around once again, to keep the dream alive for them. But yeah, what a game this has been.
Yeah, a really solid performance here from Hot. We'll have to keep an eye on them as they get into the later stages. Pebbles puts one more into the goal for Hot as they do take a 4-1
from Earth.
3-1 victory in this best of 5 this afternoon. A solid back and forth, and I think it is the final game of the entire arena. Everyone else has finished out, so that's pretty impressive to think. Oh no, there's still a game going. Because I was about to say, these are all undefeated teams, I think, in this server right now. So I certainly would be surprised if we had all of our series finished, but we do still have some going on. So we're going to go to a brief intermission, and when we come back, we'll be diving into overtime, a new round. Who knows? But do stick around, because it's round 3 of 6 in the EU Orion Drift VRML Swiss Bracket Ignition Cup. That's a mouthful. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match point.
welcome back, everybody. We are here for another series.
Ladies and
It's an
gentlemen, we are
ongoing
go for launch.
round number 4, we believe, because 3 rounds have been played off. And we do have Flim, Bob, Jib, ODC on the orange side going up against Ghosts of Orion in the red on the black side as this push FBJ comes in and goes just a touch wide.
Yeah, some more bonus gameplay for you guys here. So I'm back, and these teams are on the attack at the moment, going back and forth here late in this game. Carvey sending it to the midfield there, where it's taken by Fliggle. What a name that one is. Up at the bridge here, Jimbo trying to recover. Shabby as well. Not too shabby, but that's a nice save from Ozzy.
Indeed it is, as we do get into our 4th round of this best of 5. We're not sure who is leading at the moment, but we can do our best to assume that there's 1 round apiece to the teams, and one of these teams is leading 2-1, as FBJ, Flimbo Jib, is that, how do we, whatever, it doesn't matter, as the shot goes in from a long-range connection there.
That is
I think it's the Ghosts of Orion who found that one. I mean, it seemed like Flimbo Jib were pretty confident on the attack for a lot of that, but, you know, when you got all your players up front, there's no one at the back defending, and long shots like that come in.
End up in the recycling bin.
Something we're seeing a little bit of here, Palador, where these teams are getting aggressive. They're committing their entire team to the offense, and then it ends up leaving that back line a little bit exposed, and I wonder if it's necessary in the 4v4 sort of environment to do that.
That kind of depends on the team and the strategy, I do suppose. But indeed, you know, aggressive offense, hyper-aggressive offense can buy those extra goals. But at the same time, the flip side of every coin, right? It's also overexposure, overextending potentially. And Ozzy, very nice save, not pretending on that one. That's the second time we slapped that out of here on this very brief stream we've done of their team. So nice stoppage as Ozzy now makes it to the front line, Knight.
Yep, getting the cross pass, looking to get the save and the goal. This nice interrupt and a tackle there coming in from FBJ, though, does stop them from progressing any further. And as Neos tries to brawl for control in the corner, it's going to be FBJ, who are not really scooping it up. Good job from Neo Sky to really kind of just keep that in their control in the corner for a little bit longer than maybe it should have been. But finally, FBJ getting some control here.
And Carvey trying to send it to Guess, but was left guessing on that one as it goes way above. Shabby, though, will be able to overtake the ball right back and sends it to Fliggle. A tough pass, a good catch, but a nice save there out as a Waffle. Does not waffle with the ball, just decides to throw it down the mid lane, but Shabby is there to intercept it. Well read and well played defensively will give him another chance at offense.
Passed over to Fliggle, a nice cross back to Carvey, back to Fliggle, trying to disrupt this defensive patterns, but ultimately the miss pass going to hurt them even more. FBJ with a bounce pass there, up to Guest 07 with the cross to Fliggle, looking for the shot. Another cross and a good defensive save, flying out from that pocket there, preventing that goal from going in.
That was Ozzy yet again there on the defense. Very well done now, trying to create some offense out of it as Waffle chases down, and successfully so, will steal the ball. Waffle now being taken by Shabby as Ozzy gets tackled out. Pass Waffle to Carvey. Carvey has it sent to the mid lane. There's a few red players there able to overtake it, however, and with some time to spare. As the ball gets right back into the midfield, turns it over, and Fliggle gets tackled, but a good pass delivered to Guest. Too high, the return.
Oh, there we go. And finally, one on the board for Flim Jib. I don't believe we have a timer up, but, you know, this game's been going on for quite a while, and it's nice to finally even up that score as we find ourselves in the closing moments of this game.
Yeah, very likely going to be, well, getting close to heading into overtime. We're not quite there yet, I imagine, as Neos does get a great dive down, good momentum into the corner, can't keep dribbling the ball like they were hoping for, though, and on the cross pass, it gets intercepted by FBJ. They're going to push that one all the way back down into the zone of Ghosts of Orion and brawl for control here. Good pass sequence coming in. FBJ connecting nicely with passes so far and keeping the pressure on the offensive half.
With the pressure too much there as they fell from the bridge, got overtaken by the defense. Back to the midfield now. And you know what, chat, YouTube, we're going to keep you frozen in time because we want Orion Drift to be played forever. That's what we're getting right here as these teams go back and forth very close.
I mean, it is the 4th round. We're not sure who the winner of here will take us to the 5th round, but I imagine that this series has been pretty close for most of this back and forth. If it's 1-1 now, and we're getting closer and closer to overtime. FBJ just not able to put a second point on the board, although they've come awfully close on the setup a couple of times.
And Guest sending over to Carvey. Had 2 options there for the pass. Now teams getting cluttered and clustered right below that corner, below the bridge. Sent into the midfield. Shabby and Guest trying to chase it down, but a speedy Jerv there is able to get in the way of that one. Another tackle coming in from Carvey. A couple tackles, in fact, so a lot of aggressive plays, and these players aren't content just getting the ball. They want to shove the other players out of the way as well. Offense now going back to FBJ.
Yes, indeed, as Neo slots it away there. It's only briefly on the FBJ offense as it gets back into their zone. They crash back to defense very nicely. FBJ really not getting overextended. Their defense able to tuck back and get there all in time, as is the likes of this defense here. But the ball goes behind Ozzy and the shot goes wide. Oh, Ozzy put their heads over their hand over their head like, oh my goodness, but they weren't the one that took it.
Indeed. Again, you can see the body language there on the tough shots, the tough misses, the tough plays. And you can tell these teams care. They're playing for every point. And in a close game like this, it certainly does matter as the ball goes flying by Carvey, giving time now for Jerv to catch up to the disc, or to the ball, excuse me. There's another one of those. I went all day without saying disc once until just then. But anyway, Flickle with the ball.
A good solid 2.5 hours without a disc call out, dude.
I was trying so hard.
Yep, trying to push up here. FBJ looking for a shot. Oh, just a little wide there. Wow. So close. FBJ not able to quite put it through, but are keeping their offensive pressure going here.
Absolutely, and we're definitely in. He must be in that overtime territory at this point as the shot goes down, and so does the round. And Shabby's celebrating off of that shot.
And
that was the series, because I'm seeing some handshakes coming in here, so I'm not sure if they are done, or if we're going to round 5. Yeah, I think we are finished. And so it's going to be FBJ taking that series win in this best of 5. Congratulations to them as they wave goodbye to the fine folks at home. We do appreciate all of you stopping in, hanging out, and enjoying this action. And we'll get Palador to be less orange in the future, but for now, at least, we appreciate you all sticking by, hanging out.
I've been in the Philippines. I'm not orange. I'm just tan. Okay. Got the Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, Palador's actually on camera right now. You just can't see him. He's blending in with the background. We appreciate everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action here this afternoon. Do stick around because we are going to dive in, I imagine, pretty quickly into round 4. We've got round 5, 6, plenty of best of 5s ahead of us, likely with undefeated teams dueling it out like we just saw here today. So it's going to only get better. Do not go anywhere. More EU, VRML, Swiss Bracket Ignition Cup action coming up. Welcome back, everybody. We are here to buy time as we wait for the final round to be submitted on its score. We should be diving into round number 4 of this bracket soon. Matches are still pending, so do please bear with us as we wait for Trinity EU and Xeris Cadets to finish off their series, and we should be diving into our next bracket. But I did just want to take a quick time to shout out everyone tuning in. There's a lot of folks stopping by today. We really do appreciate you all hanging out. A reminder to hit the thumbs up button and a subscribe button. Those two things are free to do, and they help support our channel immensely. They get VRML and the network out to more people, and they remind you of when content's going live. Like, for example, the Phoenix Invitational, which is going to be relatively soon coming up here. Not something you're going to want to miss, especially considering it's going to lead to VRML Con, which is July 25th to the 27th. This is the qualifiers, which will be June 27th to the 29th. You can register for them right now if you go to the vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon website. You'll find all the info to the Discord channels. The Discord channels are where you can register your teams. They should have, actually, I think every Discord channel for all of our leagues has a post that shows you how to do and sign up for any one of the 5 tournaments that's being hosted at VRMLCon. All 5 of these tournaments have invitationals that are done online first. Winning teams fly themselves out to Phoenix, where they play live on stage for a chance at $5,000 split amongst 4 tournaments for a total of $20,000 in cash coming in from our sponsors, obviously the developers supporting VRMLCon. It's going to be a super sick event. 2 stages, 16 teams can qualify to Phoenix. You got to sign up now. It's going to be I think, our most attended convention we've done yet, including when we sunset Echo Arena for our very first convention in 2023. So
yeah, I was
there.
There
is a lot. Yeah, I mean, hey, we've got video footage of it to prove it. The con footage loop, always good to see. It's awesome that we've been able to do this 2 years now, and it's all because of you guys, the support from the community, for us to be able to host in-person events. We'd love to do an EU one eventually, but for now, this one's going to be in North America, and going to include 5 different games: Breachers, Pavlov, Veil,
Pavlov Shag,
Onward,
yeah.
Onward, that was it. And then, of course, Orion Drift all day Sunday. And so a lot to look forward to action-wise, and all of that going to be broadcast on this channel, the VRML Network, by what I think is going to be our most advanced and intricate production effort we've ever done. So it's a lot. There's a lot to look forward to, and I can't wait for us to get into the convention in just a few months now. So get your tickets, get ready for it, get hyped. We're hyped because we're about ready to get into our next set of games. So we are going to take a quick break, and we come back. We'll be starting up with round 4 for our next best of 5. Again, should be undefeated teams dueling it out. We may go see Unspoken Cold. We got Bolt Chrysalis. Flim Bob Jib versus Ivy. That could be a good one to tune into. There's a lot of good games. So we're going to discuss internally which one we're going to pop into, and then we will dive right in to our next best of 5. So don't go anywhere. EU continues. welcome back, everybody. We are here and ready to dive into our next round. Cold versus Unspoken, round 1, kicking off here as I go to the right arena. Yes, we're still okay. It's okay as we do get into the action here. Ball passed around to Toast. Mr. Venom Thomas scooping it up in the corner, looking for a shot on goal, but getting denied by a good tackle. Aggressive push here from Toast.
Yeah, right into the action quickly here. No need for introductions because we know these teams. We've seen them before. We know what they're capable of. These are two teams that we expect to see climb those brackets and be potentially in finals. Obviously, Cold did just that last tournament in Pioneer Cup. So coming in now, it's Matt's Coding with the ball, and they're just trying to break that first seal. I don't think it'll take long knowing the capability of these teams, though. He's got a nice pass to Matt and right back at him, but good defense breaking it up, Greg and Lardis.
Yeah, a really good duo there coming together to disrupt what was a push on to goal. The cross pass there coming in and getting swatted away all the way down to the zone of Cold as they scramble back and tuck in. Thomas going to scoop that up and try and push forward. A nice bit of a momentum boost here. A good boost dodge there, but a bad pass that gets the bad geoed bounce, and Larditus is going to push forward with their own push. Open goal? No, Pug's here to swat it away.
Oh, Greg near that ball, but so is Matt's. It will be Greg with the tap first over to Lardis. Lardis now handing it off to Toast. Toast from the ceiling, carves around, throws it down. No one in the area at first, but Greg was able to catch up to that ball with Venom not too far behind, pursuing on defense with some success, really putting the pressure on here in the midfield.
Yeah, indeed. Trying to get control here is a bit of a brawl, a nice bit of a tackle there and a push. Pug quickly scoops it up, though. Going to look to continue this forward momentum, keeps the control going for the likes of Cold as they try to push into this Unspoken zone. And Unspoken really just been on defense. It feels like all game. And how did that one slip through?
Yeah, Cold kicking things off. I mean, I say kicking things off. We have been going for 2 minutes now before we get the first goal on the board. But what a goal it was, out of nowhere, completely unexpected, but well placed. Quick shots. What a goal from Cold.
Not the way you expected the first shot to go down, but hey, it happens. It will be Toast here trying to make something else happen and just wipe that clean off the slate, passing it over to Lardis. Good read, though, by Thomas. It was almost a beautiful set play there, but just a little too much distance, I think, between the two passing players.
Yeah, and a big clear that definitely slows things down again. Momentum started to get going for Unspoken as they started to push into this Cold zone, but they really just can't quite get the midpoint setup going for them. Finally, though, Glafier with a nice intercept, the shot down on the goal. Mr. Venom swats it away. Toast follows it up, and they can't quite get through the front line of this defensive wall.
Yeah, that defensive wall is right. Spectacular offense. Really putting down the clamps there and stamping that ball to the other side right after it. Trying to drive it in here. The teams now converging on each other here at the ceiling. Glaffer will be able to send it over to mid lane where it's intercepted by Pug. Pug now trying to deal with Toast. Pug gets it over as Glaffer now causes that turnover. Rapid fire exchange of possessions here as Lardis now is assaulted as well. So we're stuck here at just 1 point scored as Mr. Venom now tries to work it up the floor to Thomas.
Thomas is going to scoop it up. A nice wall card pass down to Pug, and what a sequence there, Finto.
Yeah, and you just love to see it. This Cold team is one that, in their entire history, has had 6 roster changes, and that has been adding their 6 members. They are a tight-knit team, and you can really see it in the teamwork that they bring with them in those beautiful passing plays.
Nice bit of a scoop up on the bottom field into the sewers as Thomas works their way around for a big clear. Just going to buy some time. They've got a 2-point lead, and that's bad news. Lardis scoops it up, passes it back to Craig. Greg going to push forward with a shot on goal, and finally we have Unspoken on the board, and that 1-point lead not looking so solid.
Yeah, and scoring on, Unspoken there on their former teammate Matt's Koning, formerly a cornerstone member of the Unspoken team, now over on the Cold side. I guess they're wanting maybe a bit of revenge after that switch up or something there.
Finto, does that mean they gave him the cold shoulder?
You might say that, yeah.
Thanks for that. But yeah, interesting stories all around. That's always one of the interesting things to follow in these in VR esports is kind of all these rosters, these players who know each other. They switch teams. There's rivalries, there's scores, and there's a lot of that back and forth. Not just in the arena, but even outside the arena sometimes.
Restarts. A bit of a, I don't know what that was, but an open goal opportunity seized by the likes of this Cold squad. They are playing some good quality Orion Drift right now as the pass down to Mats goes in. No, Thomas swats it wide, and an almost attempt there that could have been a 3-point lead as time ticks down. Palador, they're not going to have enough to come back on the side of Unspoken, but they may still well try to go for a goal, keep the ball in the air and off of that ground floor, where if it does hit the ground floor, the round will be over. They keep it up. Glafir manages to hold on, and they're going to push for a point here as Glafir juggles it just above the ground line. It still stays elevated. Greg still holding on to it here, going to bounce and dribble their way up. Nice push off of the top there as they cross over to Toast, and maybe a goal? No! Finally it drops down. Unspoken can't make it 3-2. Not that it would have mattered, but Cold do take the first round in this best of 5. And Finto, is this what you anticipated when you looked at these two rosters and how they were going to play today?
Like, well, you know, they did take it quite well to start 2 points, but it was what I expected in the fact that it was high quality gameplay that we saw throughout that. Both teams, a great back and forth, and great goals when they did happen on either side. You know, I don't think we're seeing a sweep here, not by a long shot from the Cold side. I think we're seeing the start of a really high quality series coming in, which is what I was looking forward to when we picked out this game.
Yeah, I mean, Unspoken getting a point on the board, almost 2, I think is important, Palador. It's a lot of momentum in the series like this, because we're just going to go right into round 2 here in like another 10 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, these teams, again, we've seen both these teams on our prior streams. We've seen Cold make it all the way to the finals of Pioneer Cup. So we know what they're capable of, but at the same time, you know, this early on, that you have a team like Unspoken not too far behind and still competing right there at the highest levels as well. So can't take anything for granted, you know. And any of these top 1-2 teams fall off and miss some practice here or there, you'll be overtaken in a blink of an eye. It happens to the best of them many times over the course of esports history. So Unspoken trying to make their marks here on this very known commodity in Cold.
Here comes a push up from Unspoken, almost onto that front line of Cold. Greg still holding the ball, but getting tackled by Thomas and Mr. Venom. Gonna bat that one away to the midfield, where we'll brawl down in the sewers for ball control. Ultimately, it's gonna go the way of Cold. They're gonna try at least to get control, and a nice swat there, but Pug home to defend. That could have been a really crazy, fast, open goal shot, but Pug thankfully was there to boost up and scoop it up.
A bit of a risky pass, but Thomas is able to get it through all the defenders. A good handoff there to Pug up high, a little bit too hard on the angle. They'll still retain possession. There's Mats, the perfect pass. A nice bounce finish. Venom.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and you know, you look at these teams and you wonder, how can they be so coordinated? I mean, I get in a game of Orion Drift with 3 other people, and we don't even know where the ball is, let alone each other. And these teams just have beautiful passing plays that come in like that, like it's one person controlling all 4 of them, and it just makes you wonder, how can they do that?
Passing, speaking of, coming in right here, Palador. Glafir almost with a shot on goal there. They nearly had a point bounce back on the Unspoken side, but Cold's defense is just on point here. And as I say that, Latterus puts one in through it.
What an incredibly tight angle to find that as well, and to even things out. That is a good sign for Unspoken, when maybe the one goal was just something in the last game, just a bit of confidence boosting. This time it means something as the score is evened up.
The ball will be sent over to Mats there. Yeah, really crazy score there. Maybe trying to get a rebuttal, and nice and easy Pug just comes in from the sky. Have you ever seen a flying Pug? Because I just did.
Wow, yeah, taking that one personally, turning it around Cold. 1 point advantage still. 3 minutes left to go. There's a lot of potential for Unspoken to even up things in the way of game points here.
Uh-oh, and a little bit of an intercept here, not going the way of this Unspoken offense. They try to get that rollout, but it's interrupted by Cold. This 1 point lead might just be enough. There's 2.5 minutes on the clock, though, Palador, and a lot of time for Unspoken to find a little bit of a rhythm.
Indeed, and trying to do just that as they dance around in the midfield. Toast, though, receives it up high. quick carve and trying to hand it off casually to Greg, who eventually will get it. Has to work a little bit extra hard and expend some of that boost juice, which don't want to do when you don't have to. Toast, though, will secure the ball for a moment, is met with a pair of tackles, just gets discombobulated as Pug now will also get tackled likewise, causing this turnover in the midfield back to Glafir, who will hold that ball dribbling up the floor, has some passing options. They're cutting. Greg's there, and so is Lardis, now eyeing the next opportunity at a pass as they back it out.
Yeah, just trying to get the setup there. There's too many in the goal as Greg looks for the cross. Glafir looked for the slap, but they were interrupted. Lara is going to scoop it up, keep the ball in their possession. Toast here on the back line, pushing forward. They've got the full offense committed, and it pays off.
You can say so much about the great coordination on Cold and all that, but sometimes it just takes a brilliant solo play like that from the sky, stealing carve, bounce off the floor to shut down even the best of the teams, and it just took one player.
Pug there getting taken by a couple players. Greg and Glafir able to disrupt, but Thomas comes away with the ball. Thomas just eyeing down the goal, had one goal in mind and 1 point back on the board.
Turning things around really quickly here.
Gotta kind of sting, you know, when you finally do manage to chip away. And then a big intercept like this comes in. Matt Sconning gonna go for the 1v2. The shot off the high wall. Can't get the rebound. It's swatted away. Glafir might get control of it, but they get a bad bounce off the geometry. The duo's gonna stack here. Glafir and Greg gonna fly forward. Greg on the front line, pushing away the attack. Now gonna push up for the pass into the center line and can't quite find it as Thomas gets control. And again, time ticks down here, Palador, in a 1 point lead. Not exactly something you can rely on.
Yeah, what we can rely on is the clock expiring the next 30 seconds if there's not another score to tie this one up. So let's see. Scrambling for the ball now on that sidewall. Pug and Greg contesting each other as the ball will now roll right towards the opposite side. Thomas is able to secure it, dribbles around, is able to carve and pick up a lot of speed, actually. Open goal exposed, but was coming in a little too hot, I think, to make the shot.
Pug on the intercept, going to keep the momentum forward here, but Greg with a good tackle, gets the back clear. Latteris with the intercept, oh no! Getting tackled out on the front line is dangerous as Thomas. Can't quite find the goal. Greg scoops it up. Now we're into final moments, overtime. I do not think, not necessarily overtime, but they are keeping the ball elevated. Latteris looking for a chance here. The cross pass, the shot, no, they still haven't knocked it down. Still in the air, they're still holding on to this press as Greg with a beautiful ceiling carve comes down for the shot, and Matt Skane is going to scoop it up. They keep it elevated for some reason, but finally it hits the ground, and Cold take a second round.
Wow. I mean, what a game. I mean, we just watched. While Cold is taking this quite well, 2 points up now. That was an insane game to watch, coming very close, really close to seeing an overtime as well. And this is incredibly high quality level of gameplay as well we're seeing from these top teams.
Yeah, I'll definitely say, Unspoken, they're showing up really well here. Despite the 0-2 disadvantage there on the series in terms of their actual gameplay, I mean, we knew it would be a competitive match, but knowing the force that Cold has been in prior cups and such, you expect them to maybe run away with it, but it's actually not the case, really. Unspoken is competing hard. They're making Cold earn every point they've got, and it's not been a lot. You know, it's not been one of those 5, 6, 7 point types of scoring affairs. They're keeping it locked in pretty tight.
Indeed they are, as we do get ready to get into the action. Our third round of this best of 5 about to kick off. We do appreciate everyone stopping by, hanging out, and tuning in for what has been a long day and is only going to continue on into the NA bracket here in roughly 3 hours' time. So there's a lot of Orion Drift today. If you are enjoying yourself here, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, come back for more. Stick around all day for what is going to be the Ignition Cup Swiss bracket day 1 as Mr. Venom pushes forward here. Look at that dribble, takes the shot, but it goes wide.
Yeah, you know what? If you roll a dice or just decide to turn on VRML Network at any point in the day this weekend, you're bound to find something going on. So a lot of stuff here, for sure.
Yeah, the Breachers Challenger Cup is live right now. Teams trying to qualify as that 8th seed into that regular season tournament where we have $5,000 in cash on the line. A nice intercept by Toast to stop that goal from going in. We also have the Veil postseason going on right now, where teams are competing for a skin that gets sold in the store, and the revenue is shared to the champion team. Nice. It's a really cool opportunity that's only present in Veil. So, yeah, some really cool stuff going on right now on the VRML network, but obviously also the Ignition Cup. And well, we're just going to buy some time here, Palador, as we kind of vie for ball control in the midfield.
Indeed, the team is trying to find time, trying to find possession to get that first opportunity at a score. Of course, these teams here competing for their share of the $1,000 prize pool, and also have badges for participation, and a lot of good stuff, bragging rights as well, and of course these stream features which we love to do. As still scoreless yet after a couple minutes of play, just about, or a minute and a half of play, and yeah, these teams again. Sometimes at the start of a new round, it changes the personality of the series. One game you have 4 or 5 points scored, 6 points combined. In the next round, you see these 0-0, 1-1 type of games.
In the most delightful way
Nice
possible.
intercept there, tackle by Lauterisk. Lafir scoops it up, and yeah, you're absolutely right. This is the beauty of the best of 5, I think. I'm happy that we're doing it for the Ignition Cup. We tried it for the Pioneer Cup. We had so many teams we couldn't make it happen. This is why we're splitting NA up into 2 days, because we're going to have over 200 teams participating in North America in this tournament. But yeah, it's insane. It is insane. But it's also awesome to see, and we're happy that we're tuning into what is really just good quality VR esports. It really doesn't get a whole lot better than this, Palador, as we still go into what is now 2 minutes of time without a point scored.
Indeed, and fully immersed in VR, and we are immersed in this match as these teams verse each other and try to reverse the course on what's happening, because right now it is a stalemate, but not to be confused for a stale game, because that's almost insane off the membrane, the dome that is, into the goal.
I can't believe my optics.
And we took the entire half of this game for Unspoken to finally break away with the lead, only by 1 point. Something that's worth noticing in these, extremely high level quality of games is, maybe it's another long shot comes in. No, not quite. It's worth noticing how, we don't really have the same kind of brawls and just outright tackle after tackle after tackle. It's a lot more slow. It's a lot more calculated with a lot more passes that we're seeing from this, this kind of game, this high quality game from our semi-finalists and finalists here of the previous cup.
Speaking of passes, a little bit of a missed one there. Does get scooped up, thankfully, by the frontline offense. Actually, now intercepted in the midfield, and finally Cold getting in control. It feels like they've been on the back foot for a lot of this round 3 of this best of 5. Although they lead with a 2-round lead, it's still 1 point up, Unspoken. They need this win to keep things alive in this best of 5, and they're doing exactly what they need to do.
So far, so good. Toast now trying to make the most of this possession. Look at that. All 3 players in a stride, working up the floor, and they'll score!
What a goal that was. And that was, it was great. It would have been great defending from Cold. You have to remember this is the team that reached finals, but Unspoken, even better attack with great passes, great fakes out on the shooting. You see the ball movement even in just the shooter's hands before they take the shot. Brilliant stuff to see, highly mechanical stuff to see, and Greg maybe going in for another one, drops it down, and yes, that is going to be 3 points on the board for Unspoken. They are breaking away with this game.
That's incredible. Nightfire is what I said, right? The personality, how it changes. We go half the round, or half the match with like nothing in this round, I should say, and then suddenly floodgates are open, and the scores just keep on pouring in.
Yeah, Unspoken is speaking up as they take this 3-point lead here in round 3, and I love to see it. Means that we're in. There's a potential for us to head to a round 4. I won't quite count the eggs quite. Oh yeah, we can count the eggs right now. 30 seconds left. Count the eggs before they hatch, whatever it is. I don't know that they're in. But either way, it is not enough time for the likes of Cold to score enough points to come back from this lead, and I love to see us go into a round 4 again here. We've got a couple of round 4s now, but no round 5, so maybe Unspoken will be the first team to take us there in this next round that's coming up, but it is going to be their victory, and a nice bit of passing, honestly, on display here, coming in on the offense, but ultimately it's not going to do the job of winning this round. So we go to a round 4 with Unspoken getting on the board.
How very excellent is that? I want to shout out real quick. Sorry, Vinto. Shout out Nameless there. Namless over in the chat. $1.99 donation there. Can't wait to play in the NA Cup later on today. So appreciate that. Shout out to you. Now, Vinto, back to you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if we do find ourselves in a 5th game here, there are no better teams to take us to it than these two. Displaying a very high level of gameplay, coming in today with a lot of experience, a lot of times having been in finals of previous VRML tournaments and tournaments outside of VRML. it's a high level quality of gameplay that they are putting on, and you can really see it in these passing plays, in these moments. They don't really make mistakes the same way you or I mortals might do in the way of drift ball. These teams are on something else.
They are, as we do get ready for round number 4. The clock starts, and there's 5 minutes on it for this team, Unspoken, to try and put one more round on the board and take us to our first round 5 in the EU Swiss bracket here for the Ignition Cup. And man, this has just been good quality stuff. It's really kind of getting me amped up for NA, as we do have a nice little crowd tuning in on the sideline there. And a push in, and almost a shot on goal.
All right, well, here we go. Pug now trying to dribble it off the wall, loses the ball, though, to the floor. Thomas and Glaffer, along with, who was that? Mats, they're all able to meet each other at kind of an intersection, tackle each other out there. So the ball just going every which way, not knowing who it belongs to, and just doing its thing, rolling around. Again, that's kind of how we opened up the last round, right? A lot of vying for control, clawing and scratching just to find that first goal, and then things open up from there. But right now, we're kind of seeing a repeat of the opening minute of last round.
Yeah, we certainly are, as Tomas almost fumbles that one. Has to back clear it to the team, who does keep control nicely, working through the sewers. Mr. Venom trying to get some momentum so they can push forward here. Nice pass up to Pug, looking for the shot on goal, and they've drawn out the defense, but not enough. Toast saves the day.
Toast making the most, as it will be Toast now going up to the midfield. We'll send it way high. And that takes a bounce right below Thomas. Thomas trying to race to that ball quickly, but Pug is actually there to pick it up. Pug has Mr. Venom ahead, but loses it out to Lardis thanks to the tackle. Pug now trying to return the favor, tackles back, and quick reaction time there to undo any mistakes with just some quick reactions as that goes right down middle, takes a high bounce, and that'll enable some time for Pug to get back on the ball.
That one nearly floating in Palador, but not quite, as we do get a nice clear all the way down to the backside of the Unspoken defense. A 0-0 game, and nearly 2 minutes have ticked down. These teams, again, just feeling each other out, trying to get a hang of what their defensive strategies are. I wonder if they're just trying to draw each other out, try and look for an opening. There's no real open goal opportunities that I think are going to present themselves at this point, so it's just going to come down to good, solid pass work, from my opinion.
Yeah, that's often the case for sure, and to your point, you know, trying to bait out those offensive players, or the defensive players rather, out of the goal and such. All part of the strategy. You know, even though the game is so fast paced, at times it does turn into a chess match. You know, of trying to not only position yourself and your own team, but also try to force the positioning or the out of positioning, if that makes sense, by the enemy. It really is kind of a big, fast paced chess game, especially among these top teams in the bracket.
And I mean, we're talking about all sorts of crazy plays and passes and stuff like that, and we're kind of glossing over the fact that these players are so good at just doing the basics, which are very hard to do. The carving, the ball control, the shots on goal, the slaps, the cross passes, all of that super difficult as Pug tackles out another nice cross up from the center there of Unspoken. They make it look so easy, you know, and it comes together in a really fun way when you have these top teams that understand these mechanics so well playing against each other, and you really get to see how this game shines as a competitive esport.
Oh,
and the
there
first
we
goal
go.
finally locked in by Cole.
Yeah, Cold, finally 1 minute 40 left on that clock, which is a long time waiting for that first goal. And you know what? I fully agree with you there. Those basics that seem so easy make them look so effortless. These teams do brilliantly. And I think there's really 3 big things that the drift ball comes down to. That's your mechanics, your mental game, you know, that momentum game, and your teamwork. And it seems that these teams have all 3 nailed down, and that's what gives us this high quality level of gameplay, these brilliant passes, beautiful carves, and ability to turn games around, like Unspoken still might do here.
The Fear almost had an opportunity there, but it's disrupted by, again, what has been very good, dare I say, an ice wall from Cold on their defense, making it very hard for this Unspoken team to get through.
Indeed, and you can kind of see Unspoken on some of these offensive attempts on the opposite side of the floor, really getting a bit scrambled there, a bit flustered by the intensity that they're seeing from those Cold players. So well done to Cold to really keep that pressure on. And at the moment, if you're an Unspoken player, you want to just find a way to calm it down a little bit, maybe space out a little bit more, find those passes, because now Matt Skoning is taking it over for Cold, and Cold is now on the approach on offense here, trying to deliver a tight pass, and that will just be sent the opposite way, a little bit wide of the goal.
Cleared all the way out to the corner where it is brawled for by the likes of this Unspoken team. They want an opportunity on goal. And the rare open. No, Pug is back there in time. That was danger close. But Pug, with the momentum, was able to scoop up that ball and prevent it from going in. Down into the sewers we go. And again, time ticks down, Palador. 5 seconds left on the clock. Cold with a 1-point lead. Just need to get this ball onto the ground. And they will take it.
Oh,
there it
no.
goes.
Yeah. Wow, and that is going to be Cold taking that victory today. And, you know, what a game that has been, you know, across the board. The quality of gameplay, the quality of teamwork, mechanics, and ability to turn things around from these teams is just something else. And, you know, if this is just what we're able to catch in this fourth round of the Swiss bracket here today, I'm looking forward to seeing who prevails into the semi-finals and finals tomorrow, where we're really going to see the full display of the full potential of the scale in the European scene.
No fooling. You want to know what's also not cold but cool? Sorry, I need to do that again because Namless again, another 199, said, my team's ready.
Wow.
We've been playing all weekend, so team's practicing. Namless and his team ready for NA. Appreciate the donation again. Very cool of you. Nightfire. We're getting into the thick of things.
I know, and I mean, one thing we talked about was these teams getting time to practice, right? And they certainly are showcasing what that looks like and how that pays off in a very competitive way. Because I do think these teams looking even sharper than they were in the first Pioneer Cup. You know, they are ignited, and it's so fun to watch in these early rounds as the Ignition Cup does continue. We are going to get ready for maybe to jump into a potential 5th round. I'm not sure what the situation is between Hot versus Quantum X, but it does seem like it is still a game going on, so we might jump into that one in the near future. But we are going to go to a brief break. When we come back, it's going to be more EU action, so don't go anywhere. We appreciate you all stopping by. Subscribe, hit the thumbs up button, and stick around for more VRML Network action.
Prepare to
Okay,
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody's
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get into our 5th round of the afternoon. It's crazy that we've had so many best of 5s today, Finto. So many teams playing, over 62 teams, I believe. So 30 or 64 teams, 32 matches, every round being played out across 4 servers. It's pretty insane. Like, this is, from my recollection, one of the biggest EU tournaments we've done. And so, I mean, where are we at on standings? How are these teams playing out? You know, we've missed some games. We've caught a bunch. What are we seeing here?
I mean, yeah, we've seen some serious action go in some of these games. Of course, as you say, missed some. One we haven't seen yet is the current #1 spot in the standings up today. That is Ivy. They have a perfect 4-0 win streak for today. The team that we saw win the Pioneer Cup last month, they are one to keep an eye on. Coming in second, Cold, also perfect 4-0 finalists of the last cup. Hot number 3, a team that I personally have not seen much of, and we did not see make too much of an appearance at the Pioneer Cup, so coming out of nowhere, but with another perfect 4-0 win streak. And then it's Chrysalis in that number 4 spot, and the last team today who still stands strong with a 4-0 win streak. Following that, Quantum X, Bolt, Grith, Flimbo Jib, ODC in the next 4 spots that, if we ended now, would be advancing tomorrow, but of course we've still got rounds to go to see these standings develop just a bit more.
Flimbo Jib. That's a doozy of a name. And then the names on the team, too, you'll love to see. But, I mean, Palador, it's been a good day so far, and it's really only kind of like the midway point, I guess, for the day. Not even yet. Once we finish EU, we're at the midway point. But
yeah,
we've got NA coming up after this. There's a lot of OD to look forward to. But big games coming up here, because we're really going to get into the meat and potatoes of undefeated teams in these next few rounds.
Yeah, we got, getting about, 2.5 hours till NA. We got OC later on, but we still have those 2 more rounds. And as Finto went over, the standings, they're pretty tight. You see a lot of the expected names there, but also a few of the unexpected, or at least the newer names by team at the very least. You know, I'm definitely looking forward to an Ivy appearance. Uncertain whether it'll be today or not, but for sure we will see Ivy at some point very soon. Of course, the returning champions from the Pioneer Cup in what was a spectacular series versus Cold. And, you know, anytime you get those kind of matches, you know, going to the depths of, you know, 3, 4, 5 rounds, you get underdog victories like we did, it's always a cool story. So, yeah, you know, that's the lifeblood of VRML, lifeblood of the esports, VR esports, is just seeing how these teams develop months and months, and, you know, who rises to the top and takes over the last spot, and so on and so forth.
And I'm just watching the replays, Finto, and yeah, it really is the best of the best here playing this afternoon. And you know, you watch the skill that we've seen today on display, and I think it's only, like I said, going to get better. So, what are you anticipating is going to maybe set one of these teams apart? Is it going to be maybe a unique offensive pattern? Because we've seen, I feel like when we were in that EU Pioneer Cup finals, some pretty unique plays coming out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know, there's a few things that go into, of course, a month to develop, and not a month to look at the past, you know, stream the games, whatever, from that Pioneer Cup, and decide, you know, how can we adapt to this? How can we change? How can we come into this next tournament and be the best? And I think some teams definitely could come in with some fresh strategies and do that. We've already seen, you know, in that game called Unspoken, there was, I feel like, you know, even just in that 4th round of the Swiss bracket, higher quality gameplay already than we might have been seeing in that 2nd day of the previous tournament. You know, a lot has really stepped up today. And of course, in the early days of any game, you're going to see a lot developing, changing very rapidly. And it's really just about who keeps up with those changes, who's making those changes, and who's pushing forward the meta.
Yes, indeed. And as we do get ready for our next series, we do just want to say we appreciate everyone that is patiently waiting for us to get into our next round. We are just dealing with some score and scoreboard and score tracking things as we do sort out everything. We should be getting into round 5 soon. We do have one more round to be recorded, and then we are going to jump in. So we may go to another brief break, but we do appreciate you all sticking around. We understand, obviously, the desire for action, but you know, we got replays. We dove into those, and we'll have again a huge round 5 coming up here. Likely going to jump into IV just to see how they're playing. But we'll see. We'll see how these matchups are sorted for our 5th round of the day. Stick around. More EU, Swiss bracket, Ignition Cup, Orion Drift, VRML action coming up. Welcome back, everybody. If you're here just in time for what is going to be a super intense matchup that is maybe a prediction or a future look into what could be a matchup that we'll see later on tomorrow in that top bracket, in that competition for that number one spot. It is Hot versus Ivy. And Finto, how are we feeling about this one?
Oh, I am excited for sure. What a matchup that we have been given today. Ivy, first of all, the team that won the Pioneer Cup, came in strong, came in today with confidence, and has so far gone 4-0, perfect win streak. If you have played any VR esports in and around the EU side of things, you will know this name from many different games, and you know that they come to win. Hot, on the other hand, a team I've not seen much of, we didn't see much of last tournament, coming in fresh, coming in fighting though, also going perfect, 4-0 today.
Yeah, I mean, after the first tournament Palador, it maybe sort of sent the alarm bells out to a few more competitive squads that had missed the initial Pioneer Cup and ignited the community to show up today, because we are certainly seeing a lot of great competitive teams. And I mean, how are you feeling with this hot IV matchup today?
Well, yeah, I mean, Hot Ivy, again, I think a match people are looking forward to seeing here. We've seen Hot earlier today, hot commodities indeed on the stream side of things, the YouTube chat disc. Anyways, so muscle memory. But like that said, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we have the returning underdog champions from the Pioneer Cup. But the thing is, it's one thing to win, and they did so impressively, but it's about how you also stay there, right? To get on top is one thing, to stay there is another. So you always have to be sharp, keep up that practice, because otherwise there's always a plethora of teams right below that are hungry for those spots, and we've seen some of them on stream today.
Yeah, we've seen some of them come out and perform big time today. Some really exciting round 4 matchups, but yet to have a round 5. And Finto, maybe this series is going to deliver it. Maybe when we get into the last best of 5 of the afternoon, we'll see it. But I'm curious if we're going to see maybe that momentum thing, that seal, once it gets opened, be the downfall of one of these teams this afternoon.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. It's something that we saw, like a bit in Cold versus Unspoken. We saw a moment, a chance where it seemed like Unspoken started to turn things around. It wasn't to be, but it showed what could have been and what might still be in some of these other games. And, if there's any game that we've had today that could be one to show, how close competitive Orion Drift can get, it should be this one, I think, because the quality of gameplay that will be brought to you by these two teams, the former top team, the team coming in to defend their title, and the team coming in fresh, coming in, maybe not as well known, but coming here to become well known. This is the game I want to see.
Yeah, indeed it is. And as we do get the teams in lobby and ready to go, we do have it set up with Hot on the orange team, IV on the black team. Hot will be in blue, IV will be in red, and we are moments away from the start of this round as they ask for the thumbs up, and we'll go ahead and give them the nod. We should be getting in to the start of this round. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be, again, maybe a good future look into the later series of the bracket tomorrow, because, again, we've got a lot of action ahead of us. We got NA pretty much immediately after this. In about 2 hours, we'll be diving into the North American bracket. 2 hours and 20 minutes, we'll be diving into NA, which has over 200 teams registered for it. Split across this weekend and next weekend because of so many squads. We'll be doing Swiss bracket both days. So going to be a lot of games to tune into. We're going to have multiple streams live, and so that's going to continue on then into OCE later tonight, and then, of course, EU again in the following morning, where it's going to be, again, a really exciting finale to what is a so far very fun and competitive Ignition Cup. I'm really happy with how these teams have shown up today and what they've been bringing to the table competitive-wise. And as the ball finally floats into the midfield, you can get rid of our lovely faces and get ready to see the squads. Get ready to dive in to round number 1. Hot versus IV, undefeated squads in the Ignition Cup in the 5th round.
All right, well, indeed, the round is ignited. I am excited in the Twitch YouTube chat delighted. I'm a little bit tired now. That being said, it will be Zeno with the ball here first, trying to deliver one high to the highway. It's Gooblin and not in. Echo the Dragon trying to slap that out of there. First possession here on offense for Ivy. Unsuccessful, but they'll still have another one, it looks like.
Yeah, Zeno's going to bring it down in the sewers, fly back up for the wall carve, passes it over to Wee Laddies, the cross to the center, Pesky takes the shot,
Wow.
Zenos follows it up, and the first point goes in for the likes of Ivy.
Yo, kicking things off strong. It felt like Ivy spent that entire time holding possession. Even when they missed the ball, they were right back at it, got the ball back, ready to shoot again, and finally finding that first goal on the board.
Plutus tried to take that one home themselves, Palador, but it ends up with an intercept. Gooblin with an open goal
Oh,
opportunity.
no.
He's going to take it right in, and that's going to be another point on the board for Ivy.
Yeah, maybe not what you're expecting from Hot. We saw great gameplay from them earlier. Not the kind of team you'd expecting to leave a goal wide open.
We're back on it. Oh,
Yeah, Hot
here we
coming
go.
in, indeed, true to their name. Hot with a 4-0 record, but you know what? Likewise for Ivy. So both these teams highly successful. And yeah, you can't concede those open goals at the end of the day to this team because Ivy will already damage you with a covered goal. You leave one open, and it's just a guarantee. It's a freebie.
The whole squad barreling forward here, Palador, as they do try and put that goal in. And again, leaving that goal open, definitely, as all four of them push forward here and try and get this point on the board. It's a risky play you got to take sometimes if you want to go up against a squad like Ivy and put one up. It's a nice shot there, but it's swatted away by Wee Laddie.
I just point out, I was laughing a little bit at what Pebbles did. It was a scoot for the ball, both players scooting, and then Pebbles just, instead of going for the ball, decided to turn around and go shove the other player out of the way. Bought him plenty of time to get the ball, though. It was just kind of a funny moment. With that said, the ball there careening off the top of the goal will be possession right back to Hot now, trying to get on the scoreboard still yet as the defense retreats for Ivy right into the zone.
Looks like we got a
Back in the
disconnect.
corner.
Disconnect
Yeah,
here.
it's going to sting a little bit. Yeah, a power play, if you will.
I
And
see.
still missing shots. Can't quite make that one in. Going to swat it back to the midfield. Still, though, in control by Xenos, but this is pretty solid. I mean, they can reconnect to the server, climb back in to this game. Plutus also having issues, but they need to get back in. As it's just Plutus, excuse me, on the top there. If they do reconnect, that fourth will be able to fly back into the server, I believe, mid-round. So maybe they don't need him, as the cross pass there goes just a little bit high to Pebbles. This Hot squad trying to keep things close and doing it. I mean, it's only a 2-point lead still with this power play in effect. Yeah,
Plutus and Pluto right now, it seems like, but they're doing quite well, all things considered. That said, a dangerous shot there, nearly going in again, but a bit high. So admirable job here from Hot to secure the ball again, prevent any more scores, and they're going right for it. The problem is, for as much success as they're having here so far, 3v4, for the last minute or so, they don't have that extra passing option, and that's a tough nut to crack here against a tough defense. Again,
they're back to
in Ivy.
They're back to 4. Echo the Dragon came
in
and substitute. That's the benefit, Pally. If you ever were to see it on display right now, it's in this huge pressure round where this team has an extra player on their roster. It's why you have 5, 6 players on a 4-player roster, so that you can do exactly this. Not have that power play go too long and sub in someone right away to keep things going and keep this 4v4 alive. The 2-point lead, not insurmountable just yet, as Pebbles gets a nice cross pass, but it's intercepted.
Definitely an efficient way to handle the unexpected disconnect, and they are well connected now and well on their way to the offense. As Dylan now from the sky going underneath the halo towards that logo, will send it over to the bridge, but Fishy taken over by Pesky on the tackle, dislodging the ball. Now Zeno working up the floor. Zeno has a couple defenders eyeing him down. Oh, what a juke, what a movement, what a score! Wow!
And that is a brilliant read from Zeno. It's just when it seems like he's tackled, just when it seems like that play is over, there might be a pass off, uses the tackle to his advantage, knocks it off the back of his hand into the back of the net, and finds a third goal on the board for Ivy.
This is a good passing sequence here, though. They're right in the front of this goal. They just need to slap it down and get a shot on. The defense tackling and swatting away, but they can't get the push there as Pebbles crosses it up to 2. They just couldn't quite find that shot opportunity, but they will keep it and take it through. Wee Laddie tries to stop, but they can't.
And that's one of those moments where momentum could come into play. Going into this next round, if Hot can keep that going, have their own personal goal seal broken, they could find some early goals into the next round, or maybe even find the entire next round. You know, Ivy will take this first one pretty confidently, but that last goal for Hot could tell its own story there.
It was a nice one there from Pebbles, their only goal, but basically juked out around the entire team. Looked so calm, cool, and collected for their first point. So maybe they carry that over into the next round. But Knight, well done, I would say, here performing. You know, Hot's been great all day with that 4-0 record, but you're going against a returning champion team from the Pioneer Cup, and Ivy, you know, they really held their own there. You know, Ivy taking care of business, but you got to watch out. Hot's not that far behind.
No, I think Ivy's been doing, obviously, a lot of practice. They've been preparing for this Ignition Cup. They want to stamp themselves as a team and have their brand sort of as this, you know, Ivy team that perpetuates itself across all VR esports. Because like you said, Finto, you see them everywhere on Breachers, on Veil. They've got teams everywhere, and it's really cool to see a brand like that, to see a team come together in VR esports, and there's multiple of them. You know, squads like Acer come to mind, obviously, where they have teams across multiple leagues, and I think it's going to be something we're going to see a lot more of across the VRML, especially as we centralize on the VRML network. But regardless, it's great to see such good competition coming in from a brand like IV. But we'll see. I mean, hey, anything's possible. Hot, like you said, broke that goal that goal seal. And as we do get ready to get into round 2, they can maybe bounce back early.
Ivy definitely grows fast, and well, OD goes fast. Here we go into the next round. Dylan and Gooblin contesting each other there in these sewers. Coming out of that trench will be Dylan. Have a brief handoff. It's overtaken by Starkey. Starkey is stolen by Fishy there. Looking quite okay indeed. Up from the ceiling. Pesky's about to meet him with a tackle, so dishing it off to Dylan OD. Good pass, but it was a little bit broken up there by some defenders on the tackle. But what a nice carve from Pebbles. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Spills it in the goal off of a 360 carve from the ceiling.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments where you as Ivy think they're resetting, they're taking that back, they're about to have a pass, and they just completely let up on that defense. You know, the goal just became completely open even when Pebbles was right there. The ceiling carve, 360 degrees. What a mechanical feat as well for this game. Just a brilliant goal there from the Hot team.
Yeah, that was a really nice replay. We put it on the full screen, but we can't because they're going for more points here as they take another shot on goal, and Wee Laddie swats that one away, worthy of its own replay itself, which you'll see in the bottom right corner from time to time if you haven't been paying too much attention. And here we go. Into the push forward. Echo the Dragon getting a nice cross pass over the top, and no, swatted away again by Wee Laddie.
Well, Wee Laddie was a superstar on the defensive end in that Pioneer Cup, and for that matter has been doing it for years, extending back to Echo as well. Wee Laddie, tremendous skills at play there, but might have to do it again because here comes Dylan and the Hot Squad, and sends run right down, and that'll be one of the easier saves Wee Laddie's able to get. Not a lot of sauce behind it thanks to the tackles.
Ooh, a nice little juke there in air from Gooblin. Beautiful pass to Starkey. Cross up to Pesky, but it goes a little bit wide. That would have been the 1-2-3 punch that you'd love to see from a top team like Ivy.
Indeed, and Ivy now with another go at it as they all draw themselves into the goal. A lot of scrambling now for the ball and into positioning that is. You can see that great spacing here, all aligned. Starkey receiving the pass, and Starkey the bounce, but a stark contrast is Fishy there to deny it.
Good defense coming in as Echo the Dragon going to push forward. Nice little jiggle there, but Pesky scoops it up on the backside with an intercept. Clears it down to his team, but that clear is a little bit dangerous. Pebbles has the ball inside the zone of IV. They're going to look for more points, but it's scooped up. Big intercept there, and maybe even a shot on goal coming in from Gooblin, just a little wide.
And sending it skyways as Pebbles tries to meet the ball up top. Dylan as well as Gooblin and Starkey. Ball now getting lost into the bottom where Wee Laddie tries to recover along with Starkey. Being interrupted by Dylan. Starkey back with the ball. Starkey being tackled out. So a lot of physical play here in the midfield. Gooblin trying to get a little separation. Just scoots to the side and could not convert the goal after the crafty move.
Trying to now get control again is this IV squad. They've been on this front line. They've been in the zone of Hot, but they don't have the lead. They really can't get through this flaming defensive wall here. It's a wall of fire coming in from the Hot squad as Gooblin pushes in, can't break through, gets burnt, and okay, Fishy working their way up for an offensive push.
And Fishy eyeing a potential pass there, but Pesky read it quite well in that close
Great
proximity.
read.
So Pesky with a great read, now trying to close the books on a score, maybe if they can get it up the floor, but it is disrupted quite a bit. Nicely done there by Echo the Dragon. Dragon will try to drag one into the goal as Dylan is contested well, rather, and back into the opposite side here.
That was a good one, Pesky. Or, Palador, sorry. I was watching Pesky
wow.
on the line there. They were going for the cross. And that goal comes in for Ivy. We're tied up.
Hey, but that's 1 minute left on the clock. Ivy ties that up, and it was Starkey. The ball got cleared, and he was the first one back. Not the defenders of the hot team. Starkey on the Ivy side, first one back. He subbed on this game, by the way. It was Xenos, who was in previously and scored one of the goals that won Ivy the previous round. Got his goal, got out, and now Starkey's in to find one for himself, and it was a good goal at that.
Oh, what a beautiful play. Pebbles finds an opportunity there, but they can't get the follow-up. The high shot that goes in. Pebbles on the rebound, and what defense finally it goes in.
And that was chaotic as it comes. Ivy just sitting around, doing great defensive work there. Got it away at what seemed like 3 different times, but Hot kept on coming back, kept on taking shots, and eventually found that slight gap and found that goal. They are at advantage, and we have 30 seconds left.
Time is winding down indeed, but Hot looking to maybe secure and steal around here from these returning champions. Hot looking good. Ivy trying to prevent just that with the clock winding down. There's Gooblin with the ball. Need to keep this alive if they can, but a turnover now. Pebbles sends it waywards towards that goal. Gooblin is there to overtake it. And now the time only at a few seconds left. They got to keep that ball alive and score, or we're looking at a tied-up series here.
Well, here comes the push. Starkey has an opportunity. A wonderful pass to Pesky, but an intercept comes in. Echo the Dragon can't quite get it to the ground. Pesky keeps it elevated, swats it away to the far corner. Is anyone home to scoop it up? Gooblin is. They've got a hold of it. The shot come the high ground and the pass that goes wide. Oh no, it would have been, but could have been, but isn't. And now we're tied up. 1 round apiece, guaranteed at least 4 here.
If there was any time for goal for Ivy there, it would have been there, but no, they couldn't find it, and tied up rounds-wise, games-wise. This is shaping up to be a good game. You know, when Ivy took that quite confidently at the start, up until, the last 10 seconds or so, they had 3 goals up. I thought, oh no, here are the champions, here they are to win, but now Hot, took that first game personally. They were offended by that, and they're here to show us what they can do. And even things up. I'm looking forward to the game still to come in this series.
Yeah, we're getting another live sub at Palador. Something, again, we should talk about it, how useful it is as Platis comes in. Especially now when you get into these later rounds when these players are arguably getting tired. It's got to have a nice and added value to be able to bring a fresh player in.
Yeah, Plutus back in now was the one who crashed earlier the first round, I believe, right? So comes back into it now as we start off this round, and excitement in the air, same in the stream. See 100+ of you in there, so welcome to it. We're getting right off to a hot start, looks like, as the ball goes careening. But Pengu, Blue, S-Fun, Spoke, Sparking, lovely to have you guys on the stream today. Thanks for watching and cheering on this amazing match so far, tied up.
Uh-oh, and an open goal is how things are going to start here.
And the stream cheers, and Ivy delivers. Yeah, open goal. It was great. They had good possession. Xeno's flying in, but there was no one to defend. He was in a good position, maybe if there were defenders, but it was just free.
Another one?
Ooh. Oh, wow. Yeah, quick turnaround, Ivy. It looks like they took that second game personally, and now they're finding quick back-to-back goals.
The arena revs up again.
I mean, Palador, are we looking at the reality of maybe a Mercy coming in this third round with how Ivy are coming out the gate here in round 3?
Yeah, one of those cases where, maybe kind of awoken a sleeping giant of sorts. Taking a loss here. Ivy not a team who's familiar with taking too many losses from too many teams, even rounds. So with that being said, they're maybe waking up a little bit here, and really for Hot, they just need to be careful because that was 2 goals that were basically open, conceded in a row in a short time span, and that's where a game can start to get away from you in terms of the mental game.
Yeah, a nice bit of dribble work here in the corner as the ball floats around into the midfield, finally out of the zone of Hot as they try to work it up to the midfield, but it's just tough. They're trying to break through this Ivy backline, and Ivy has really kind of got their 2-point lead and is now playing a nice passive, solid defense that's making it very hard for this Hot squad to get warmed up and get their offensive moving.
Trying to do just that. Takes an awkward bounce off of the Halo, but Plutus is there to recover. Plutus now coming in after a brief kind of forced break by a disconnect in the first round. We'll lose the handles briefly. That's going to be way into the goal, nearly a little left of center, however, as Plutus is able to retain. Skates right over Starkey, goes right under Zeno. Oh, Plutus looking good up there, putting all the moves in the book, dancing around the defense and dancing in the moonlight, maybe, but no, will not delight the crowd with a finish on that otherwise highlight-worthy play.
That would have been one for the record books, but it's not, as Plutus again scoops up the ball. Nice little ceiling carve, good cross, but another intercept coming in. Pesky, definitely being a little bit pesky to this offense as he's making it challenging for them to get set up at all. Another intercept, another interrupt, and a swat away. Wee Laddie, also a key defender. That shot nearly comes in. Starkey intercepts it, and there's just no easy goal at this point for Hot to find and chip away on this 2-point lead.
Yeah, got to be careful there on a couple of those offensive turns for a Hot. They just threw it right into the vicinity of the goalie without really a target in mind. And so got to be careful of that. This defense is way too good on Ivy to be throwing it anywhere without intention. And I think, again, Plutus and Co. just trying to slow it down a little bit would be to their benefit, certainly, to find some of these passes. And it looks like they're doing a little bit of that now as Pebbles tries to space out and find some teammates with some nice crossing here and cycling of that ball.
To that top floor ceiling is OK Fishy with a nice ceiling card. Tries to come down, but it's punched away. Pesky, again, with great defense, swatting things away, and then flying up to scoop the ball up and try and push it forward. Dylan OD on the back line, able to swat that away, stop Ivy from snowballing any more than they are already. And now Plutus VR back on the attack, weaving through this defense. Pesky dropping back in Xenos RQ with a great cross. The duo's here, and they mix themselves up. The two players looking for the pass, and they both try and get the ball and score, and neither does.
You had it? I thought you had it. I thought I had it. And there it goes. Wee Laddie, though, will have it. Has the goal, has the pass, in fact. Goes for the unselfish play, but does not pay off. As a behind-the-back shot, it goes directly into the midst of Plutus. Plutus sending it deep down. Dylan is there to maybe recover, but a bad bounce. Would have been an open goal otherwise. But now defense able to recover for Ivy, and on this approach, Pesky now with the ball.
Nice push up, trying to find the connection. The swat to the side corner. That goes just a little wide, and Plutus pushes it away. Pebbles carving their way up, trying to get in for another shot. This Hot squad just wants to get on the board here in these final moments.
They need to fast with only seconds here remaining. 28 of
Oh,
them,
there
in
we
fact.
go.
And there it is. So keeping themselves alive just barely.
And once again, I don't know how much they can do in this next 20 seconds, but that could be telling. We did see in that first round, Hot did find a goal in the dying moments of that game. Ivy, I mean, basically locking their victory, but if Hot can carry forward that momentum like they did in the first one, they could find another in this fourth round. And you know, we could see a fifth.
And that concludes today's game.
That is going to be it for round 3.
This is
as
Watt
Ivy
down
will
until
lock
our next
in
meeting in the
their
Stars.
second win, but like we said, we're guaranteed a 4th round this afternoon, another sub, as Plutus swaps out for Echo, and we'll see if that's what Hot need to get back on track. But Palador, we're into the thick of things right now with these two undefeated teams in our 5th round of this Swiss bracket.
And we'll see. I mean, I think the deeper we get into these tournaments, the more likely we're going to get maybe those 5 rounders. But I'm impressed so far with what Hot has done. But Ivy, you know, I'm impressed, but also you expect it after what we saw in the last cup as well, right? So we're seeing a lot of, you know, that fiery potential here continuing to burn, and really just the development we've seen over the last month. You know, credit to these teams. They've been putting in the work, and, you know, iron sharpens iron quite clearly here.
Yep. Ready to go in to round number 4 here as Hot and Ivy duel it out with our former champion in the lead with 2 rounds to 1 against Hot here. An early opening maybe for Hot as the clear there from Starkey keeps things in control for Ivy.
And Zeno bothered up there by Pebbles, but we'll have enough room and space there to find Pesky. Pesky right back to Zeno. Some nice 2-man game. Make it a 3-man game. Make it a 4-man game. And no, they'll score. Oh, the highlight was there. And I'm a little sad that it wasn't. You stole it from me. You stole it from me. But at last, the ball's stolen now from Wee Laddie. Ah.
That was still
it was nice.
replay worthy. Really good pass work, and that's the play that that we were talking about. You know, we've seen some plays deliberate setups come out here in EU and NA as we get into the higher tier teams and maybe a more deliberate setup? No, just a bit of a brawl in the midfield for ball control here as Hot tries to get something going. But this aggressive Starkey-Pesky duo on the front line is really making it difficult for them to get through the midfield.
Indeed, and trying to do just that now is Fishy has a bothersome Xeno and Toe as well as Starkey. They're able to steal it away. Fishy trying to recover along with Dylan. Will be Dylan again on that side wall, able to recover there along with Pebbles. Pebbles scooting past Pesky, but Pesky now actually swipes it on the way through. Little pick and then a pop outside and now up to the ceiling. Trying to carve their way into maybe a goal opportunity as Xeno now takes it with a soft lob to Starkey. Starkey getting stunned, tackled way out of bounds, and now opens the goal opportunity on the other end. Nice job for a tackle to enable a goal.
And there's your highlight, Palador. That was some great passing, some great defensive work up until it wasn't, where Ivy find the first on the board. 2 minutes into this game, that was a long time to find the first goal.
Yeah.
Of what is their match point.
Another one immediately afterward.
What a goal.
That stings. That's how Ivy does it, it seems. And you got to be careful if you're a team like Hot. You just cannot allow you to get over-aggressive or overextend once you're down a point, because it seems like Ivy kind of capitalized on that aggression.
And now trying to aggress here on the goal. Was momentarily open. Pesky, though, coming away with it. Hands it off to Wee Laddie. Wee Laddie just avoiding the reach of Pebbles. Wee Laddie passing it off to Xeno. Xeno now backing it out wisely there just to create some space and maybe get a higher percentage goal. But met up top at the apex. Fishy, some good defense as well as Echo the Dragon.
Wow.
It's in! What a shot! A flinger, a zinger, and it goes by everyone.
And you know, one thing that I really think is worth pointing out in this Ivy team, while they have beautiful goals like that, one thing that I think is a major factor for this Ivy team is the brilliant mental game that they can play. They stay, even when they're down around, they stay confident, they stay calculated, they keep their good gameplay going, almost finding another there, but no. And they can just handle themselves really well, especially in the finals we saw of the Pioneer Cup. They were down a few rounds before they turned things around in that best of 7 that we saw then. And took the victory. And, you know, if you looked at the game just from the first 2 rounds, you thought, no, this is over. This team is done for. But they can figure it out. They keep pushing. They get their mental game going up again. And that is something special about this team.
We just kind of continue for buying for ball control on the side field here as time ticks down. A 1-point lead for the likes of Ivy in this final, well, could be final round. If they do manage to take it, up to 1, looking to score an open goal. No, Pesky takes that shot a little wide, follows it up for another one, and that one bings just a little wide. Can't quite put the goal in. They're going to keep getting possession. They're going to look for a shot behind the back. No, a pass to Wee Laddie, across back to Starkey. What was that?
That is amazing passing to see. What on earth? I need to see that replay again. That was beautiful.
Starkey looking like Tony Starkey and Iron Man up there from the sky. What a crazy shot. Will be the aforementioned Starkey now, Wee Laddie. Big and an important goal there too, and maybe another one here just to seal the deal. I like the fact that after their initial couple of misses, they didn't go and rush another play. They actually backed it out to the midfield and then set up another play instead of just getting too panicked and rushed. And I think that's kind of what Finto touched on as well, Knight, where it's just kind of the marks of championship teams are the ones who know how to breathe and kind of slow it down when necessary.
Yeah, it's tough to do, that's for sure. Can you execute under pressure is essentially the test there. And, well, here comes a nice bit of a passing sequence, a little 360 toss back to Pebbles. They've got the setup up on top. They're going to cross down to OK Fishy, and that one's going to go in. Hot's still here. And, well, all they really got to do is spike the ball, and they've got themselves a point. And as it goes down, it does mean Ivy takes the round win and the series 3-1, but that was a hard-fought one from Hot.
You know, I think that's really like telling at the end again, and throughout all of the rounds here, four matches, and the ones that didn't go in the favor of Hot, they still found a few brilliant goals, some great passing, and had some great defensive work that stopped what could have been a lot more Ivy goals than they actually found. And I think, you know, that's a sign of great things to come for this team, even if they couldn't quite beat out Ivy, which, to be fair, you're going up against the reigning champions who clearly came here not to watch their title slip away, but to get it back again.
Yeah. And I mean, Palador, we've seen maybe that this Ivy squad can bleed. They lost a round, but so far, undefeated here in this Swiss bracket. We're going to have to keep an eye on them because we do have one more round left in EU today. But we are going to take a brief break. NA starts in 2 hours from now, so do be sure to get ready for that action. Over 200 teams registered. It's going to be 4 rounds played out, and we are going to appreciate everyone that stops in, hangs out, and enjoys that action. But one more round of EU and maybe the best round to come, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. Stick around. More action of the Ignition Cup when we come back.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Go.
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for our final round of the EU Ignition Cup Swiss bracket. If you're just tuning in, my name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by Finto, who has no name for some reason, and Palador. It's okay, we don't need to know who he is. He's just a good face.
I have 1 E.
Yeah, just 1 E. Thank you for that, Palador. We'll get
Happy to
Finto
contribute.
fixed, maybe. There he is. If we turn him into a soda can, we can see his name. He's actually turned into somebody. And then we'll do this, and now he's back. Excellent, okay.
He turned into a Fanta. He turned into his drink.
Yeah.
But we're all here, and we are ready for what is likely to be, and is now, assigned for our last game. The undefeated battle of Cold versus IV. These two teams we've been keeping an eye on, Finto. This is going to be a good series.
Oh yeah, and I am looking forward to it a lot. Coming into this, I think for a lot of people, a lot of viewers, a lot of you in the stream, fan favorites, right? Cold, IV, Cold having won a lot of tournaments before VRML entered the scene and brought us the Pioneer Cup, now Ignition. IV coming in strong at the start of the Pioneer Cup and winning that and being really the first winners of the first proper big tournament that we've seen, and that's really made a big mark. Today both teams have come in perfect 5-0, and I am just looking forward to seeing. I mean, these are two teams we could see in the finals tomorrow, and yet we are lucky enough to get a matchup with them today, round 6 of this Swiss bracket.
I mean, with what we've been seeing today, Palador, as we see the replays here, the skill level is good. It's high. You know, it is not easy to go undefeated this afternoon. And I gotta wonder, who do you feel is going to come out on top today for this series as we really, again, watch both of them play?
Well, I'm not sure. Based on, I mean, it's hard to say anything with definitiveness besides the fact that it'll be competitive. What I do expect is for Cold to come in here with a lot to prove, in a sense. You know, kind of, again, a rematch of what we saw in the Pioneer Cups and the underdog upset there coming in from Ivy. So I do expect there'll be a little bit of a, you know, again, a point to prove. Like, yes, it's only day one. Yes, this isn't the finals yet, but this could very, very well and likely be a preview of the finals once again. And so, you know, I think, again, they were a little bit upset. Cold was the last time around. They were kind of expected from a lot of people, including themselves, no doubt, to take it away, and it didn't quite go in their favor. It was a great match, but again, they were kind of shell-shocked a little bit. So I'm very interested in just seeing how the opening even 1 or 2 minutes go, honestly, on Cold side.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, Finto. Are we going to get that sort of standoffish 2 minutes scoreless, 3 minutes scoreless, you know, with these two teams coming at each other, or maybe even a little bit more casual? Maybe they don't want to give away their strategies for the day. You know what I mean? I'm curious.
Hey, well, I can tell you both of these teams can be incredibly volatile in their score lines. When they faced off in that finals, we saw Cold take things strong at the start. They had a 6-2 in that very first round, and then 1-0. And then Ivy just turned things around with a consistent, you know, about 3 points every game until the end of the game, until they took that victory and were crowned the winners of the Pioneer Cup. And both teams can be so incredibly volatile in their mental game, in their teamwork, that, you know, it's so hard to say coming into something like this who's going to come out, who's coming into this looking like the stronger team.
I am excited for the series as players start to funnel in to lobby. It does look like IV will be starting on the orange side and Cold will be on the blue if everything works out that way. It does also mean that Cold will be in red and IV will be in blue, so don't get that confused. I guess orange and black maybe, because this is the more appropriate color, because it's not really blue, it's definitely black.
This stream's sponsored by Skittles. Not really, but that's what I feel like when we start mentioning all the different colors. Tasting the rainbow, Nightfire.
Seriously.
And now I'm hungry again.
Yeah, I know. Give me a snack. I need a Twix. Break me off a piece of a Kit Kat bar or something. I don't know. Yeah. Either way, we are just a few moments away from this series, and so it's a good time to shout out everyone that is tuning in, because there's been a lot of folks that have hung out for what has been, now at this point, stream's been live for 4.5 hours of VR esports Orion Drift content. I also want to give a quick hats off to our moderation team. They have somehow managed to get us to this point where we're at the final round of today. We've played through an entire Swiss bracket with over 64 teams participating. It is the biggest tournament we've held in OD yet, and then NA starts in 2 hours from this, and it's over 200 teams registered. So we're just going to keep breaking records basically today in terms of like the biggest OD tournaments, the biggest maybe even VR esports tournaments. I don't know if there's been one that we've hosted or that anyone's been to that's had this many people sign up and this many teams participate. So it's pretty dang awesome to see this OD community come out, and I just want to give a big shout out to everyone, like I said, that has been stopping by. Hit the subscribe button if you are new. We've been seeing that number shoot up with a bunch of new folks tuning in, and hit that like button, the thumbs up button. It helps get the channel out to more people. So again, we appreciate all of that support.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a small thing to do. Ultimately, I know people maybe get tired of it at times. Always smash the like button, subscribe. But you know what? It does matter. And here in VRML, again, we're all community born here. We're coming out of these games that we're moderating for, casting for. We're literally from these games. We're not from some outside organization who's never done VR or played these. Like, this is our games. So again, you come in here to support, to chat, or even just lurk. It all matters. It means a lot. So thank you guys as we do get started here pretty soon on this exciting rematch up, that is.
Yeah, seriously. We're going to cut to the lobby floor as we wait for these squads to ready up. We are just maybe a player or two away from jumping into the lobby. There's Pug popping
Captain, of course.
And they might need that. They might need Pesky on board there as well. And so, either way, we are just, again, a few moments away from getting into the action. So we appreciate the patience. Pug maybe not jumping in, as I do see them float away. Maybe get a
while we wait,
or something like that. But yeah,
it's worth mentioning, what we saw in the previous tournament, because coming out of day one, it was Cold who'd gone perfect. They played Ivy in the very last round that we saw, and they took that victory quite confidently, 3-0. And they couldn't replicate it the day following into the best of 7. And so obviously this isn't the end of the tournament. Even if both of these teams make it to finals, this is not the final prophecy of who is going to win, right? Because we saw Ivy, maybe learn from what they'd seen from Cold the day before, adapt, or come in with maybe just stronger mental, or maybe something went wrong on the Cold side, overconfidence, something like that. But everything can change. And while this is going to be an exciting matchup, everything is to play for tomorrow. And these are the teams that we are going to see, in that top 8.
Yeah, a little cash prize on the line is definitely going to be an interesting incentive to see these teams compete for, and we're definitely looking forward to this series unfolding here shortly. But as we do wait for teams to ready up, we should be into this round 1 pretty dang soon. And again,
everyone's
both
in.
teams, if you are just tuning in, both of these squads undefeated so far in this Swiss bracket. They have won all 5 of their games and are now ready to dive in, I believe, to their last one of the day. A reminder, this is the last one for us as well on the channel for EU, but it's not the end. We have NA in about 1 hour and 30 minutes from now, and we can't really think about that because we're diving in to round number 1 in this best of 5 between 2 undefeated squads.
All right, buckle in, everyone. Here we go. Thanks in the YouTube chat, everyone joining in, hyping. I see you. We're reading your comments. We love the love for these teams, and we love the love of that first goal. Wow, quickly.
And it seemed like Cold was right back on the defense. They had a great setup going. All 3 of them were back sitting in goal, and Ivy, Xenos, I believe it was, with a well-placed shot, finds that first goal, and Ivy, that's a confident way to start off. 10 seconds into that game.
Yeah, it didn't take too long. Cross up to the midfield again. Pug is there, is tackled out, but at least pushes the ball away from the front of their zone. Xenos really quickly scoops it up and fires it in for another goal. It's a quick 2-point lead.
From Xenos again. He is scoring on Cold, one of the teams that is considered widely one of, if not the best in the scene. Ivy, the champions, coming in 2 goals back-to-back before the first minute is even gone.
Yeah, wild start here for sure, and a statement start for Ivy, wanting to show that They are here at the top, and they want to be here to stay. But Cold, they did not want to doubt them whatsoever. I mean, we've seen what they can do in the Pioneer Cup, and even today in the stream as the first goal will go down the opposite way. So there it is, Mr. Venom doing the duty.
And it looks like Ivy left that nearly open, which is not something we've seen much from this team. They have been pretty consistent in their positioning, always ready for a long shot or a breakaway run, but no, not this time. Cole, first on the board for them, 1 point difference. This is looking to be a high scoring, but close game.
Look at Pesky trying to use the momentum of themselves flying around the entire arena to get some speed for an attack, but they couldn't quite get the setup fully through. They were interrupted by the likes of this defense that's now setting up for the attack. There's a wonderful 360 wall carve, comes in from Matt. The Platts comes in, the goalie knockout comes in, but the shot on it goes a little bit wide.
Spectacular defense from Gublin there. Was basically playing defense against 2 players and did so with success. So Gublin enabling now maybe a drive up the floor, although Matt Scoting will just intercept it off a wayward lob. Likewise, though, Pesky is there to maybe take it right back for their team. As they drop the ball right below the bridge, so ball is anyone's game at the moment. A quick dribble, Thomas in the pass to Zeno, but cut off by Zeno rather. Dangerously close to that goal, open and now shut out, slapped into the side.
Pesky trying to get control of it from Tomas in the corner there as they do end up pushing forward here. That's maybe a shot on goal.
Ooh.
I think Pug is home on the back line, so they will scoop it up and feather it over to the corner, but it's quickly intercepted by Xenos. What a wonderful wall carve to dodge out the intercept there from the defense. The shot on goal, but Pug slaps it away.
My goodness, all these highlights and a half just stopped the last second that time by the defense after the beautiful ceiling carve to split the defense. Deep into the goal, no one's there. And it goes right on down for the 3-1 lead. Ivy.
Felt like that ball was just living up on the ceiling, getting carved around in circles that entire time, waiting for the goal, but eventually Cole just makes the mistake, leaves their goal just a bit too exposed, and Ivy find a third on the board, 2 points lead, 1 minute 50 left on the clock.
This is a wonderful opening round here to this best-of-5 series between these two undefeated teams in our last round of this Swiss bracket. As a cross pass to Venom comes through and goes a little bit wide, Pesky slaps it away.
Oh, the right idea, but indeed could not finish on it as Wee Laddie now drives up the floor, sends a lob. Matt Skoning is in the area defending, but Gublin is there right above. Gublin tries to send it down, but no one quite there to recover. Pug now will take over the ball, carrying it over to the Halo, but just loses the juice. No boost. Will be forced now to send it right back to Thomas, but definitely some frantic play there as they ran out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, hey, sometimes it's hard to keep track of everything that you need to when you're playing this game against a highly competitive team. A wonderful cross dash down and a swat away from Wee Laddie. The follow-up is hard, though, and they can't deny that one. Cold chip away at the 2-point lead.
And it's Matt Koning, the newest addition to the team, where they really, I mean, it was a rebound. It seemed like it was over when Thomas couldn't quite find that goal, but flying out of nowhere, Matt, high speed, well placed. 1 point difference. There is so much potential for Cold to still take this first round.
Down into this last minute or so, of this finals rematch from our Pioneer Cup will be another goal being earned there, pioneering themselves into control as Ivy are returning champions here. Only 26 seconds left and a 2-point advantage.
Yeah, they're in good shape, but Tomas is close here, swats it away, almost has an opportunity for a shot on goal, and the clock is just going to tick down. Wee Laddie may very well put a second, third, fourth point on the board for the lead, and what a great cross pass to Gublin. This Ivy squad coming alive in these final moments, and we talk about momentum, Finto, and as this round ends, I gotta wonder if it's cleanly into the hands of Ivy or if those 2 points for Cold are enough.
I mean, yeah, momentum, a big part that plays massively into that mental game. And I think if Cold can't handle themselves properly here going into this next one, if they can't latch onto that, realize that they just can't get upset about that, just need to get their heads down, need to start scoring and keep playing consistently, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. But if they let it affect them, if they struggle with that momentum, you know, that's when the problems start to happen. Because, you know, there is no mechanic momentum. It's not built into the game. It's in the players' heads, and if they keep it there and let it eat away at them, then it causes problems. But if you don't let it do that, then it doesn't have to matter to you. It doesn't have to impact.
We'll have to see what we get here is round number 2 begins to unfold in front of our eyes. These two undefeated teams, now maybe Cold defeated
They're off like
after
a rocket.
round loss. We get into round 2, and we'll see who's going to come out early on top, if there's going to be an early point, or if we're going to have that 2-minute, 3-minute stall out again, Palador.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Will be a quick goal. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Question answered right quick.
And that was just amazing to watch. A beautiful pass off, and the goal was a bounce off the floor. Something that I've been seeing a lot more this tournament, but it seems to be working, and it is just beautiful to watch.
That's a good way for Cole to get into the lead, and you love to see the teamwork coming in there. We were on board the perspective of the goalie as they got tackled as the ball was being shot. Really good teamwork and coordination that enabled that kind of play to come in, and that's the beauty of being able to sync up like this as a top-tier team. You know, you can put together some nice 1-2 punches like that, as Wee Laddie has been a really hard goalie to get through for this team, and they're going to maybe even go for a goal here, a scramble up to the center, and the shot goes wide.
Gotta love the effort there. Wee Laddie just looking like a race car there, zipping across the arena. Now a goal, a little bit exposed. The defender's now getting back into position as Pesky will overtake. Pesky eyeing down the potential pass to Zeno. Zeno from up high. Zeno has some options, will be tackled, thrown out of there by Thomas. And now Wee Laddie trying to return the tackle back and gain control of the ball. They do for just a moment. Pesky now from above that nest. There's a cutter. Zeno might have the options, but looking for, too tight of an angle and couldn't complete.
Just a little bit wide on the pass. We're going to go back to the ceiling. Gublin going to set up for the attack, but they're going to have to get Matt Sconning, who is nicely waiting on that top side. They're going to swat it away from Xenos on the intercept, but Pesky keeps the follow-up and then rotates back for an intercept. Tomas has an opportunity to push forward, but is quickly tackled by multiple defenders there. Wee Laddie scoops the ball up, passes it to Gublin, and the offensive pressure continues for a goal.
And that's Wee Laddie once again. That tackling, that teamwork doesn't just have to be in passes. The tackle onto the goalie there from Wee Laddie sent Pug flying. He's been a good goalie, Pug, but if he's not in goal, if he's been sent away, then there's not much he can do to stop Ivy from evening out the score with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Tomas trying to come out of the sewers there for an opportunity on the goal. It gets instantly shut down by Pesky, and it's just been hard for Cold to really set up something, it feels like. And as I say that, Mr. Venom comes in for a shot, and it dings off the side corner. So close.
Close indeed. Now Gublin trying to close the distance. The defensive Pug right over him and into the goal. Efficient move there, just dodging one defender. And almost a casual shot. Not a lot of strength behind it, but just enough precision and kind of a little bit of spin in the ball almost.
Here we go into round number 2. And with 2.5 minutes left, it feels good for IV, I'm sure, right now. They can just tick down this clock and end up with taking us to series point. They could remain undefeated. That's what's at stake this afternoon as Pug tosses it to Tomas in a wonderful follow-up. That's the chip away we love to see. The 1-2 pass sequence from Cole.
And I don't know about your perspective, but to me it looked like Thomas had maybe lost the ball or was rotating it away to reset, pass off to a teammate, but that was a beautiful, unexpected, quick, snappy shot that is a great one to even up this game.
Now Pesky gonna take...
Oh!
What did I just see? The midfield behind the back shot comes in, and another replay for the books. That one is sick.
I don't know if he faked the ceiling carve or just missed it, but the quick thinking there to slap that behind the back, high speed, and the precision on that shot was just something else. That is, not something you see in any random Orion Drift game. Only in this server, only in this game, and maybe again, not right now.
1-point game here with just a minute left, Knight. Close game indeed. Both we expected it. These are the finalist teams from our last cup, and they are showing up just the same way they did before. But right now, it's up to Cole to keep this series even. They need to score here soon.
That was almost a self-goal on the defense there as they tried to swat it back for a clear, and nobody was home. Xenos is going to fly down through the sewers, fly up to the top line, look for the ceiling carve, and the shot on goal down. It's no good. Intercepted by Matt Sconning.
But return on the interception, Wee Laddie, a few crafty moves now. Mats will overtake it, though. Important possession here coming up as the time continues to tick. 1-point advantage going the opposite way. Cold here trying to even up this series. And a big goal attempt. Oh, it was there. The goal was there. It was open, but couldn't convert on it. And that might hurt them here as there's only 16 seconds remaining.
it's actually pretty valuable they have Pug sitting on this back line because he gets the quick clear. I think he's down a hand is what it looks like, and he can't get the pass to Mr. Venoms, and Xenos is going to bury the hatchet. It's Ivy taking round number 2 and pushing up 2-0 in this best-of-3 series.
That's a rough situation for the Cold captain, who has a dead controller by the looks of it. Or no, maybe not dead, maybe just disconnected.
Yeah, it looks back now. I think maybe it did a battery reset on there, so it might have been one of those cases where you knocked something so hard that it disconnected your controller or something. But you know, had to take the time out to be able to actually fix that, adjust it. Tough.
And a rough situation there for the Cold captain. They are 1 point away from losing this game. And, you know, still, even if, though, you know, it's worth saying, even if Ivy do take this with all 3 points, you have to consider, so did Cold on day 1 of the Pioneer Cup, okay? And you know, that obviously didn't work out for them going into day 2.
You know, there's this phrase that's kind of said a lot in these big cups that we've had, at least back at Echo, where people say, "Oh, there's the VRML script," because you get these better than scripted moments where you just can't imagine it turns out that way, and you know, it writes itself sometimes. So we could be seeing that kind of, you know, return here. You know, 2 cups in a row. I would not be surprised based on prior history in this league.
Vying for control in the midfield as we do dive into our third round, and already Ivy say this is gonna be the last one. A 1-point lead out the gate, Finto.
Yeah, and that's for sure. And that's what they want here. They want to close this out confidently. They want to show off to everyone watching, and honestly to Colt, who could be their opponents tomorrow, that yeah, we're here. We are the best. We are ready to defend our title and take another cup.
That was an unfortunate sequence there. Tomas getting momentum and speed to pass to their teammate, who then misses too fast of a pass because of the momentum and speed. It's now in the possession of IV, but not for long, as Tomas with a great intercept keeps things working here for Cold. But look at Xenos flying around, getting that momentum we're talking about. A little bit of a dribble as they work their way forward here. A cross pass that's swatted away.
The defense here reading that very well. They've gone to that well a couple of times, that cross pass from that bridge area left to right, and now it's going to be almost a score there, but just very well read. You know, obviously studying the defense and not being too excited about overextending their defense, just hanging out in the positions where that ball is most likely to go and being content with, you know, you want to force your opponents to shoot from farther out, so just, you know, close off that close proximity to goal, and you know, that philosophy so far working out.
A little bit of a nice back clear here, but you're seeing a bit of a, yeah, it definitely is, pal. You're seeing a bit of a passive team here on the Cold side. They really don't want to overextend, recognizing that IV has found some opportune goals on their back line when they've been a little bit lacking, when they've had one or none to fend off those open goals. And so it seems that they're just being a little bit more cautious before they do fully commit to the push-up. And as I say that, it looks like maybe they're going to fully commit to this push-up. Pug passes up to Matt Sconning. Matt Sconning crosses over to Mr. Venoms. Mr. Venoms tosses to the top of the line to Tomas, who's home, as they swat it down. The follow-up, it's not there, and they swat it away. Wee Laddie again with some beautiful goalie work.
And Zeno now dribbling up the floor, building up that speed, that momentum, handing it off to Pesky. Pesky redirects from the sky, trying to evade one defender, and won't get past that second. Mr. Venom in the goal, stung him hard, but they will be right back into the offense for a moment. Now Mr. Venom diving out of the goal, getting possession of that ball. That goal is open and exposed. The deal not closed. A heartbreaker, heart-wrenching, as it'll be sent back towards the bridge on another offensive attempt.
Matt Sconing's right here.
Oh, wow.
They'll find it. They'll finish it off. Cold have tied this up. It's 1-1 in round 3.
And Matt Sconning didn't want the easy way out there. He didn't want the free open goal. Looks like he wanted to get one. And his own up against the ready defense there. And he finds it. That is the scoreboard evened up, and Cold, just like that, are back in this game. Back fighting for their chance to go perfect on day 1.
And Gublin, the
Beautiful
perfect redirect there.
Gublin. Yeah.
Carving around, and it will be taken by in the sewers by Pug. Pug, though, being blindsided with a big tackle coming in as Zito now tries to work away. Matt Sconing not far behind, trying to close off those lanes.
And a nice cross pass that gets shut down by Mr. Venom. They're going to get things going for their team. An offensive push coming in from Cold here as they get into the zone of IV. Wee Laddie fends it off.
Wow.
What a beautiful save.
He is a beast inside that goal. Now the beast releases it into that other side of the floor, making a beeline for a potential goal. But Pug and Co actually get there with a little bit of time and they're able to hit that to the opposite side. So these players now just taking their positions. The time winding down to the last minute, all tied up here. Cold trying their best to force a 4th round.
Got a lot of 4 rounds here, and it looks like IV saying no.
Oh,
Pug
no.
fends off the first shot, but Pesky follows it up, Finto, and now the lead back in IV's hands with 45 seconds.
That is one of those upsetting moments in defense, you know, when you think you got it saved, when you just stop it, you stop the full momentum of the ball there, but it just sat, it bounced around off the top, off the bottom, and eventually wriggled its way into the goal, and that is a heartbreaking goal for Cold fans. As 30 seconds left on the clock, it seems difficult now for Cold to find the one goal that could make things even and force that overtime. But Thomas, he's going for it. He shoots it down, and it's not quite to happen.
Especially not over the likes of Wee Laddie, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, with that said, the time winding down indeed. 7 seconds left, and unless something changes quickly, which they just might, they need to keep this ball alive if they can, Knight.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here because it's going to go into their goal, which will mean the end of round 3, the end of the series, and the end of Cold's undefeated streak. IV take a quick 3-0 series here, and they're looking good today, Finto. This IV squad is going to be a tough team to beat tomorrow.
Yeah. Coming in today, you could tell if there's any team that's been putting in the work over this month, that's been learning, you know, making strategies, practicing, it is this one. They, as a squad, are insane to watch. I mean, just looking at some of these replays, one part that comes to mind was that behind the back shot from Xenos. That was just insane. I don't even know what we were watching there. But it's like, and he did it with like no effort, is how you watch that happen. Like it was just, you know, your random everyday game, your random everyday goal. And this is what these players are doing as standard, and it's just amazing to watch. And for Ivy fans, so confident in juicing.
Yeah, it is looking so good for Ivy fans right now. And, I mean, it looked great for us, Pelador. Like Finto said, that was a great Swiss bracket to tune into, and we're done. That's the last round to be played today for EU, so we get a little bit of a break, but I want to get your thoughts before we sign off.
Again, my thoughts are I'm excited for day 2 just to see if that classic VRML script continues, because at least as of now, the table is set for a reverse of what we saw last time. Of course, it would be up to Cold to come back. I just kind of harken back to the end of the Pioneer Cup. I can't remember who it was who said it, but it was in the Discord chats on the VRML Discord. One of the members of Cold kind of saying that, you know, the other team, they played really well, and, you know, we kind of let our foot off the gas, and we didn't really know how to respond to it. This is just going to make us come back and work harder and get back into it. And, you know, I really liked hearing those words. It was the right attitude to have, but obviously, you know, not the results they wanted in day 1 for that Cold team. So I'm just curious to see now how they respond, because it's not over yet. They have a big chance to do something special tomorrow. Meanwhile, Ivy, of course, well, they've done something special, and it's like I said earlier, one thing to get to the top, then they deserved it. Another thing to stay there, and they're going to be put to the test for sure in 24 hours.
Yep, not too long from now. And again, NA starting in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we are going to wrap up the EU Ignition Cup Swiss bracket with what was a great series. A shout out to everyone tuning in. Please hit the subscribe button, thumbs up the stream, tune in 1 hour and 15 minutes for North America, because that is going to be incredibly hype. We've got 4 best of 5s to tune into, but probably a mix and match of a bunch of different games like we did this afternoon.
How many teams, Knight? How many teams is in NA?
Over 200 teams registering for North America. We had to split it up into 2 weekends. We literally couldn't play enough rounds in a Swiss bracket to get top teams so that we could have it be tomorrow. So it's had to be split up into 2 weekends. We've got the Swiss bracket that spans today and tomorrow, and then the finals, the tournament, the single elimination bracket on Saturday. So It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. More North American Orion Drift from us, for next weekend. So, hey, it's good news. Good news. But, yeah, it is coming up, so do be sure to catch that. But we are going to be signing off. My name has been Nightfire with 2 E's. My co-casters, Finto and Palador. We'll see you all in just a few minutes for North America, an hour and 15. Don't go anywhere. Or take a break. Get a sandwich. It's okay.
I will.
Orion Drift VRML is brought to you by Another Axiom, Helga, the esports manager. Thanks for watching VRML.